Good morning. Wall Street bets FOMO to help overshoot Gamma Max. We'll see. Well, I'm trying to get the Discord up and running. All right. It's up. Ding ding. Oh, fun. Good morning, guys. How y'all doing? Bullish on win OPEX comments this morning. Dude, after this many of these, I just don't give a shit anymore. What's up, Dr. Drake? How you doing? Official October NoPex question count 1. Look at this glorious red candle on open for GMA. Totally not CNS liquidity shorting. Never. They would never need. Why would they need more liquidity? No, arbitrage was super negative this morning too. I think it was like just a little over like one standard deviation. Why did you make me buy 510 weeklies? Well, you know what? 510 weeklies don't exist. So I don't think you bought them. I don't know. They're still showing up. All right. Red Dead, Red Bullish. I mean, we'll find out. The market's taking a little bit of a dump right now. Let me switch to SPX. Fubo doing a reverse run. Everything getting hit a little bit this morning, it looks like. Most of the market turning pretty red. Schwab still showing that I have. Don't forget that, SLD does extend until opening bell today. We talked about this on Friday. And 9,000 other times. Is Schwab still showing that I have Rev 35Cs, but showing them as worth 0? Is that the case for you? Yeah, they're still not tradable. So there's no pricing on them. Tom, I don't think it was the investors didn't expect Z to get a third term. It was more their kind of like anti-growth ideology statements that they made, and the fact that they're consolidating power, like he's consolidating power within his cabinet. I think investors don't like that move. Can you adjust the scale on Fubo's so that a 5-cent move doesn't look like it fell off a cliff? Yeah, probably, but how much do you want me to zoom out? It was a 15-cent move, which is like 5% right now. I forgot how terrible the poorest chat for Jamie is in the Discord on OPEX days. Oh, it's absolutely the fucking worst. Why is F skyrocketing? I have no idea. Interesting. On any news? Not really. Oh, Jesus. Okay, well, we didn't fill the gap. That's super fucking bullish. Did you just like options to you? Did you just find a stock that was going up and you're like, why is this moving? I'm trying to figure out the logic behind that question. Revs on Fidelity just traded 5-cent ask 10,231 volume. Okay. Oh, hey, look at that. They're open. Neato. Z concentrating Chinese investing risk into his arbitrary decision making. Investors dislike that. Color me shocked. Yeah, they're not a big fan, apparently. Only a 95% loss on Revlon. Better than my normal plays. Nice. Congratulations, Popcorn Trader, on finally scoring a win. Why did Tesla go down in pre-market? Was there any news or Elon Musk just selling because he can? They probably went down in pre-market due to the fact that they I think they started offering like discounts in China on the Model 3 and the Model Y. There was something else. They have a lot of Chinese exposure, so a 6% drop in the Hang Sen's not exactly good for them. I mean, F is in the SPY. It's also in the Dow, which I think got hit a little harder this morning and was recovering a little more. Jesus Christ, SPX is going nuts. Cat the only thing green in my port. What else is in your port? Is your port just like Cat and Revlon? Jimmy borrow rate dropping a bit. Okay. Yeah, I don't like that. If there's one thing about this OPEX I'm really not a fan of, it's that slow decline in the Jamie borrow rate over the last few days. But as liquid as the ETFs are, it's possible that they really don't need to go to the borrowing pool at all now. Loving the entry we got on Sherwin so far. Calls up 50%. Let's go. Nice, man. Yeah, Sherwin's playing out pretty well. They would though until the last minute, and then cost to borrow percent has run just post runs the past few. I mean, in May when cost to borrow peaked, it ran up all the way into the top of the run. Then it's been pretty shitty ever since. It's just been in a pretty steady decline. Could the decline in borrow rate indicate impending covering? I don't know about that. Why do they hate Fubo so much? Fubo's being pretty heavily shorted. Um, I don't know if Fubo will have an OPEX run. It could, but I don't think it will. It's a long-term investment, not a short-term play. Ivy ticking up on Upstart. It's moving up a little bit. Not a ton, but a little bit. Could the decline in borrow rate indicate impending covering? Well, bought more Genie and Upstart this morning. When will I change? I don't know. I love sure when they have some other company paying our corporate account and they absolutely refuse to fix it. I mean, that's actually kind of amazing, right? Ivy moving up while price is moving down. It's kind of a good sign. MULN was the real MOASS, or they'll just cover it first because they don't care about it. How wide stops do you do on SPX? I just got jumped over on a 50-cent spread between the stop and the limit. A 50-cent spread on the contract you got gapped over? A contract price or 50 cents on SPX? Contract price? I mean, that's not unusual. It depends on your strike, but if your strike's not very liquid, you probably need a little bit wider range than that. If you're at like 3750 or 3700s or 3775s, like you're probably not going to get gapped over on a 50-cent limit, but you could. I see 35C bids and asks on IBKR though. They're up now. They weren't up at market open, or at least they weren't displaying. I kind of want to buy more SPX calls. I already have too many of them. I'm hoping I can close out of the short side of my straddle now, but I don't know if we're going to fill this gap or not. Our future is looking. NASDAQ getting pummeled a little bit. Russell 2000 down. That's interesting. But Dow and ES both look pretty good. Hmm. Some, yeah. S&P Global Flash in a couple minutes. When do those start coming in? 9:45? Yeah. Fed National Activity Index came in flat. Fairly flat. Production relation indicators contributed to 0.07 to the CFNIA in September. Due to a rebound of this. All is not lost. My rev calls are up. 809 million. Wait, 809 billion? Trillion? That's a lot of fucking commas. 240 billion, 555 million. What the fuck? Why? That's not real. I mean, if they're up that much, try to get money for them. Because that's insane. You know, if you owe the bank $500, that's your problem. If the bank owes you 809 trillion, that's theirs. Seacraft to forget to take profits. Man, SPY is, or SPX is crazy fucking volatile this morning. Holy shit. It looks like we missed that opportunity to exit the put side. New shit. I mean, I just got stopped out anyway, but Jesus. Not a good fill. Kind of sucks. I don't care. Here comes 3,800, right? Hold till worthless. S&P Global's bad. Bad econ equals Fed hikes working equals Fed pivot equals SPY ups. I mean, I think the only reason we're just gonna get ups because no one wants to buy puts, man. Imagine buying into a leverage put position right now, going into a Fed rate hike. VIX is elevated. Rose gonna hammer your position. It's garbage. They have the red of options not tradable for 1 day just to avoid high IV, so that the stock price got to drop a lot intraday without pumping the volatility, and then let the options trade again. I mean, if you want to believe that, you can, but I doubt it. Let's see. PMI flash, global composite and services down, manufacturing down. Okay. Everything below forecasted? Yeah. I mean, this data isn't super huge. Like, people don't really care that much about the PMI flash report, but it's all we've got, so. The bank owes me 905 trillion. That's definitely my problem. Quadrillion. Yeah, it was quadrillion. Dinged you on the Discord with the image. Is it in like the Rev chat? Oh, congratulations, man. You killed it. Somehow you're still down $1,000 though. Tootsie Roll at a 52-week high. Good for them. Have we moved on from the one-day bear market rallies to one-candle bear market rallies? How many rallies can we have in one day? I think we're just really, really volatile to the upside. Because maybe the MM doesn't, like the MMs don't want to deleverage. I think they might have been hoping for a little bit of money saved with the Chinese markets coming down. Excellent stream yesterday. Thank you, Bipolar Bear. Hey Gerg, first time, long time. Has anyone asked you when OPEX is yet? Not today. You're the first today, which is shocking. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze so hard. Hold on. Okay, it went away. Could SPX run 60 BPS in 1 minute on their MOASS bingo card? BTC CME gap from Friday close at 19.2. Guess we'll save it for later. I guess so. No fills on Rev 35 at a nickel, throws hands in the air. Can you just, can't you just sell them at like a market order? I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna hold them. Is it better at this point to ditch my rev shares or my rev calls? Just to move some cash into something that may actually make money. I mean, the options probably have less potential than the shares, but I don't think either one's necessarily worth selling at nothing, right? In June, I'm going so deep on BTC futures contracts for 2025. Okay. That doesn't seem terrible. Maybe you said it, but when you talk about the market being a liquid, are we talking about the market as a whole? If so, is it literally not enough shares to go around, or what? Regarded? No, it's not enough people participating in the buying and selling of equities. So, in a healthy market, for every seller, you have a buyer. Um, and the relative change in price on that transaction is minimal. That's not the market we're in now. Most of the liquidity in the larger institutions is being shoved into on RRP every night, because it's better than the market. I had some CCs on Apple get exercise. Best option now to sell CSP at the same strike and collect premium if I want my shares back. Yeah, probably. I would say that's probably an option. Dude is up 9.5 quadrillion, but 9.5 quadrillion percent of zero is still zero. This is accurate. Anyone know where you can buy one of those barrels with straps that poor cartoon characters use for clothing? Any Jimmy November 18C strikes you consider well priced over the rest? Mm. Not really, unless they have kind of a wide bid ask. I mean, I guess you could try to get fills on the lower end on some of these, but there's very little OI. I think they just opened a lot of these. Hmm, Buys are a bit overpriced. The 2875s aren't terribly priced. Yeah, that's about it. But they're not like super out of sync or anything. Probably like one or two orders it'll normalize. Is the blue band-aid on your finger a cult thing I missed? I can hit CVS later. No, it's just a blue band-aid. I was microplaning uh Parmigiano Reggiano, and I hit the like back of my fingernail and like the cuticle of my nail across the blade. No, it's not a blood pact. Are you still bullish on Rev? No. No, that kind of, well, I mean, no. That's an upstart today. It's getting manhandled. I mean, I don't know if it's getting manhandled. It's just not doing a lot. Yang ripped. I'm sure it did, yeah. No, I'm out of my straddle. Good morning. Should we wait till bankruptcy court? You could. Things will either get worse or better at that point. I mean, there's a huge amount of risk. I'm gonna go live. My GME calls Pete on Friday for OPEX again. I'm gonna be ultra ticked, and buy calls again next month. I mean, I think mine are actually higher today than they were on Friday. So today's still better than Friday, but not by a lot. Why hard cap at 25? What's hard capped at 25? Was microplaning how Italians freebase cheese? Oh shit. Out of your straddle, out of your put side, out of my straddle. I closed it on the like that crazy fucking bump in the morning. Are you fully into your GME position for OPEX? That depends on if it starts running or not. If it starts running, no. If it doesn't start running, yeah. SPY is having a hard time breaking and holding. I mean, this is a big resistance level, right? Like crossing like upwards into 3,800 is a really big deal. Tesla dead now, right? Dude, it's been dead since I told you this last November. I was like, "Hey man, Tesla's dead." And you're like, "Cool, I'm going to hold on to these contracts for $1,200." Please explain to the poorest why Parmigiano Reggiano is the best. I mean, well, it's delicious. I mean, generally Jimmy doesn't run on Monday anyway. So I feel like you're expecting something that doesn't really happen, generally speaking. Are you in TCDA today? No. Is it doing something? I don't even know what that is. Oh, it's like some sort of pharma company? Why would I be in that? U.S. Justice Department press conference on a significant national security matter. The press conference will be at 1:30 p.m. RIP Market? Why the fuck would anyone care about a U.S. Justice Department press conference? What are they gonna arrest Trump or something? I Biter, I know you're not. I know you're not from the U.S., so I'll forgive this. But that's like the prosecution arm of yeah. It's not like international. Well, it's probably not an international terrorist threat. There are two legit ones: Parmigiano and Grana. You're forgetting Pecorino. How could you forget Pecorino? No sell coming true? I don't think so. This is to discuss significant national security cases addressing malign influence schemes and alleged criminal activity by a nation state actor in the United States. Oh, TikTok? Is the market extra volatile today because big money is starting to pile into their positions? We'll see. It's very volatile. Pecorino, it is Pecorino. Well, there's different Pecorinos, but Pecorino Romano is one of the Pecorinos. Yeah, Upstart was still on Reg Show. Yes, seasoned Pecorino is very similar, but not as good as Grana or Parmigiano. I'm Italian, by the way. So am I. Well, sort of. But I mean they're different. I wouldn't necessarily say Pecorino is not as good as Grana or Parmigiano, but it's also delicious. I do like at the money Fubo leaps right now. I have a lot of them, so I like them a bit. I'm down 20% on my OPEX positions this morning already. Great. How? Or did you buy them this morning? That's just poor timing on your part. MULN is squeezing. Check it out. I feel like you're lying to me. Oh my god. It went from 37 cents all the way up to 50? How exciting. Italian on your mayor's side? Fuck you, Dr. Sharp. Hey dude, so Jimmy's going down and not up. Please process our collective refunds of BlackRock. We will accept payment in Parmesan. No. We need those to buy Italian bonds, so we can't make any payouts with Parmesan or Parmigiano Reggiano. In other news, TCDA went from $10 to 50 cents a share. Damn, I should have bought puts. Did you even know the company existed before you found out that it dropped $9.50? What's up, yelling degenerate? Yeah, who's still doing it? Yeah, Oxy's doing pretty well today. Chance of OPEX this month. I don't know. Slightly higher than usual. Does Italy have a national cheese bank where you can make loans against your Parmigiano Reggiano cheese? Something like that, yeah. Hey Gorg, I looked at the biggest movers of the day so far, and they've all moved a bunch. Why did this biggest movers of the day move so much? Thanks. I don't fucking know, man. SPX is nuts this morning. Hey Gerg, I found this stock called RevQ that dropped like 70% in the last 3 days. Wish I bought puts. You could have bought puts. Airbnb earnings first week of November. We're going to see a 40% cut in market cap. Bookings are down, and growth of new listings got obliterated as mortgage rates made it unprofitable for hosts. We could, yeah. Airbnb is a piece of shit. I've already shorted the shit out of it this year, but I'm sure it has more downside. Going for new all-time low on Upstart, getting close. Futures are moving up. What is this? I mean, we may just be filling the gap. It's volatility, mostly. Thoughts on adding SPY 3070 December calls if we see a pullback to those levels? We need a pretty big drop to pull back to 3070. If you bought puts, you might not be able to sell them that easily, like for as much profit as you think. I mean, you can just buy shares and exercise them, right? What do you think of November 25th? GME at 35 if nothing happens this week. It's an option. They're still bullish on the industry. Yeah, they're still really good. I haven't been there in like a month or two. Ban Darth Dan. I don't know where he is. My wife gave me a full Dan service last night. I'm afraid that another NOPEX that will be my last one for quite some time. Well, at least till next OPEX, right? Durians, yeah, it smells kind of gross. Gamma Max, dude, just log into, or good morning. Please just log into my accounts and manage them for me. Wait, what was the rest of that? I missed it, like moved. Oh, there it is this the secret to Pigeonwell membership? I don't think so. Probably managed to get a cup of coffee today. How's the OI looking for GME and Upstart? Let's take a look. Oh, did I not post the neutrals? Hold on. For GME? All right. What was the other thing I needed to do? Oh yeah, I was gonna look at flow. Order sentiment on GME is pretty good. Lots of bot calls, lots of sold calls. So little bit of both. Not too many bot puts, some sold puts. Your Persian god status is now revoked. You'll now be known as Vinny DeViwap. Thank you so much, Swanee. I appreciate that. You smell kind of gross. How dare you? It just it smells awful, man. Also, Carl, don't time out the other moderators. Hard to not load more upstart calls at these prices. I mean, I feel like I have enough of them. UK have a new PM. We now have had more unelected leaders since 2016, 4, than North Korea has had since 1945, 3. Congratulations. Genuine GME question. They have tons of execs who are currently way undercompensated due to the current stock price, including the CEO. Are they unable to? Or do you think it's bullish they haven't? It's a pretty good sign that they haven't sold anything. I think are we 90 days from the split yet? I think we are. Yeah. I mean it's kind of bullish that no one sold anything. Not that they would want to, but BTU approaching a good entry. Um Getting close, yeah. I was gonna sell some CSPs on it this week. Because if I can pick up more below 20 or at 20, I'm pretty happy. I really hope we get an OPEX just to cure the depression around here until next month. Yeah, people have been very whiny lately. You had a good weekend. Also, Rev halt? Did Rev halt? I have no idea. I don't think it did. If you have 35 cover calls for Rev, should I consider getting rid of them at this point? I mean, yeah, you could, right? You already made all the money you're probably going to make on them. People freak out over a $1 move, and it's not even Tuesday yet. Best part is you're playing weeklies against against my advice. Who gives a shit about your advice? The only day to hold them is Monday into Tuesday. That's not necessarily true. There's a lot of opportunities to buy weeklies during the course of the week, but so many people bought them last Friday, which is always just so stupid. Don't buy weeklies for the next week on Friday, guys. Then you don't wake up Monday morning with your position down 40%. No, it's way too early. We have to look for OI. So the next like reasonable update to see positioning after the expiration will be tomorrow morning. 91 days was Friday. Oh, okay. Did everyone dump their Rev 35s? I think people dumped a lot of them. Thank you, Bipolar Bear. What's the bull case on Upstart? I only see buying into a downtrend, which generally hasn't fared well. Thanks. It's been on Reg Show for like a month and a half. And the rate of fails is like the rate of fails to volume is increasing faster than the rate of fails. It looks very good actually. I don't know if it's gonna run yet, but it looks very good. Liquidity is kind of an open-ended question there. We don't know when they need to cover, but at some point. I have calls all the way out to January on it though. I too am a theta-based portfolio shrinkage enthusiast. My SPXL would have been up an additional 25%, and I held on an extra hour from selling on Friday. Rough. SPX double bottom on the 3752 support. Yeah, it looks like it so far. Not getting a lot of volume here, though. We're moving into the afternoon, so we may not see bigger moves until later in the day. I just woke up after being unconscious for a week. Are you still bullish on Revlon? You're such a shill, JC. Ref 10C Junes have been bouncing around a lot more than they were before delisting. Interesting. Why is the SPY holding ground whilst everything else I have is being destroyed? I don't know. Why is everything you have being destroyed? Nasdaq's being hit pretty hard. There's actually quite a lot of disparity between the index futures. Like Russell and Nasdaq are getting fucking hammered. ES is kind of flat, and the Dow 30 is up 60 BPS. You gonna average on your OPEX calls if Jimmy drops lower? I might pick up some more. I rolled AM into December. You continue to dodge comments and questions regarding Guybrush's involvement in the big downs in the market. Why are you protecting him? I'm not. You want me to bring him back? China got hammered. It looks like their entire market is down about 20% today. Their market's down 6.36% today. If Upstart runs for OPEX, it could run at any moment today and tomorrow. Is there a more specific time window that's more likely to break out? It could kind of run at any moment between now and Wednesday if it's going to run for OPEX. Tesla below 200. Nice. Did you sell your Rev 35s? No. Why bother? They're worth like pennies on the dollar. Who gives a shit? OTC doesn't have a regular halts like NYSE or NASDAQ, as there isn't an exchange to halt it. However, FINRA can halt an OTC stock. It's just not common. Yeah. There's no Luddle halts on OTC. The only time things get halted there is if like there's an investigation or something. MMTLP up 6% today. Cool. I'm kind of surprised that my deposit to WeBull settled before my deposit into Fidelity. I mean, it's just ACH transfer time, right? Upcoming good entries for 3750s. This might not be a terrible time. We'll see. I'd wait and see how much this can bleed down first. Now that ES is hitting like, well, ES isn't negative yet, but SPX is. ES is actually doing pretty well. Interesting. And VIX popped back above 30 again. It's gonna be an interesting week. Is Upstart getting wrecked for any reason? It said NASDAQ. So it's getting, I think it's getting hit pretty hard. Isn't it? I think it's in NASDAQ. Yeah. Upstart new all-time low? Close. I'm not sure if it's at its all-time low yet. Where the fuck did that go? Um, it's like right at its all-time low. All-time low is 2022. Trying to scare peeps to sell Jimmy for before the run. We'll find out. Tesla reverse MOASsing. Tesla's getting fucking hammered today. When Upstart all-time high? I don't know if we're gonna. Dude, we're not gonna probably see $400 on Upstart. It's fucking ridiculous. Any idea why everything started tanking around 10 o'clock? Not really, no. All the like PMI or like the flash PMI data came out at like 9:45. I don't think there was anything else of note today. EU bond auction. 6-month bill auction starts in like an hour. Yeah, nothing huge. Man, Tesla's getting obliterated. T-bond futures just dropped really hard. What's the best position to capture Upstart? And why is it Jan 510s? I don't know if that's the best position to capture Upstart. They're okay. I like the 2024 ones. There's like a volatility play though. Despite the China problems, do you have a price where you'd buy Baba no matter what? No. Would you sell any Tesla CSPs now? No, I don't. I mean, I don't want to own any Teslas any more than I have. I've been selling in the money cover calls, which it doesn't seem like I'm going to be assigned on. But I'm trying to get out of my Tesla position. I don't have a lot of faith in that company over the next like couple of years. Good morning, Girk. Nice market. It's doing fine. Based on your personal experience, do near in the money Fubo cash secure puts usually get exercised? I have two Fubo 3.5 CSPs expiring on Friday. Gracias. Um, you could get assigned. I mean, if you move into expiration and they stay in the money. I've had both happen on Fubo especially. I've been like I think one week it closed at like 390 and I had $4 CSPs that didn't get assigned. So you might not, but you probably will. They did report the numbers. That was like the bigger part of the news. Yes, yeah. And the numbers weren't really that terrible. I mean, their growth, like GDP growth was way down, but um better than expectations. Is this just China panic? Probably a chunk of it, yeah. How liquid is Fubo versus Upstart? Gracias. Fubo is way more liquid than Upstart. I had to sign the other week on my 4.5s when we closed at like 490. That's that's weird. Wait, on CSPs? So you got shares for less money than market price? Pretty rare that you get an out of the money put assigned. Oh, cover. Oh, okay, covered call. I gotcha. Yeah, well, that makes sense. How much of a contagion are the Chinese markets, the U.S. markets slash global markets? I mean, a pretty big one. Talking trillions of dollars. I think the better question is how much money, more money, is going to get pulled out. You know, Hang Seng, like stabilized mostly into the end of its session, or started to stabilize. It still doesn't look good, but I'm sure they'll do something to address it. What is your new chair purchase? I haven't bought a new chair. Oh, I want to get a steel case. Oh, no, no, no. Not a steel case. I want to get the new Herman Miller, like the one with the headrest. Looks like another dip average. Ooh, we just got some volume on our boy Jimmy. I'm resuming my break from the internet. It's been cool hanging out here. I wish you luck with the stream. Thanks, Roaring Kitty. Will you be rolling your Jan position on Upstart if NOPEX this week or just closing? Oh, if there's no OPEX this week, I'm not touching my January Upstart position. I'll just add more to it. I'll probably close the November part. Do you believe the 20% SI on GME? Yeah. How's it not rising with 60 to 70% short volume for what seems like a month? Well, it's not rising yet. But also short volume is not really a very good indicator of short positions. China banks need to obtain cash to pay out withdrawals. I heard that their banks take. I heard that the banks take. The banks there. Okay. We spelled there incorrectly. Take your money if you don't use it. Like cash in the bank has theta decay. I have no idea. I know they locked up people's home equity, which was a large part of, the wealth in the country. So that's been a problem for citizens. What would you use as an indicator to sell off your GME OPEX positions? I would say that if we're not seeing any movement by Wednesday, I would sell them off. How's the change in GME XRTOI? Let's take a look. So GME saw roughly 90,000 puts close out. Although I don't think we have the data yet. Wait, hold on. We don't have today's data yet for GME, but roughly 90,000 puts. And then XRT had about 45,000 puts close out on Friday. On your weekend stream, you mentioned absent of wacky events, SPX melts up. What do you think are the most likely world event risks? Ukraine war, China economy, UK gilts, Japan, etc. Yeah, that's about all four of them. Those are the big ones right now. Snap up 8%. Short capitulation could be, yeah. Especially given that Nasdaq's just fucking hammered right now. You ever to curl your leg up and sit on it? I don't really do that though. I know they're kind of narrow. On your weekend stream, okay, answer that. One day we're gonna find out that is the real Roaring Kitty, and we're gonna be so upset we didn't ban Darth Dan. Sometimes I am upset that I haven't banned Darth Dan, but that's already happened. Macy's is looking good. Yeah, it's doing pretty well. I hope it's a good leading indicator of what the rest of the basket's gonna look like. Which one of the higher end of the week? Which one is higher end of week? A GME or Upstart? I'm not even sure Upstart's gonna run. So I would say with zero evidence of anything happening so far that GME would have the better chance of being higher at the end of the week. What are your thoughts on the Upstart bear thesis? Fewer loans in a recession and more loan defaults. I mean, they're not really that exposed to loan defaults. They're exposed to some degree, but mostly they're working in the underwriting process and getting points on the loan, so their default exposure is minimized. And yeah, while people are taking on fewer loans now, in the future there will be more incentive for banks to sell loans, and banks will be attempting to lend more money to more people. And since Upstart is acting as a facilitator for those loans, or at least for the approval process of those loans, I think they're well positioned. And they do have enough exposure to loans that they're going to make more money with the increased rates. I switch between you and my 88-year-old mom cam. Sometimes you guys have the same expression. Yeah, I'm pretty old. Inside. Yeah, I know everyone here is bummed about their core position being down 30%. But imagine living in China. Your home isn't even built yet, and you have negative 50% on that equity. Big ouch. Yeah, it's really shitty. How do you track rolling OI changes? Your own script or a service? You can just look at how much open OI, like cumulative OI was open, and then how much it's gone down. Jimmy OI dropped by 11.7%. XRT dropped by 26.7%. The market has been open for 67 minutes. Why have we not MOAS'd? Jesus Christ. JP Morgan is recommending Apple bull call spreads for earnings. Man, if Apple can pull off a good earnings right now, oh boy. It might offset the fact that Tesla's a pile of shit. A lot of Upstart's loans are personal loans. Yeah, so most of Upstart's loan exposure is through personal loans, but then they just take points on the loan and then sell it off, right? So they're not really exposed to the default, but they do make more money off of the higher interest rate. I think mostly a lot of the shorting on Upstart was because at one point it was extremely overvalued, right? And then their performance dipped, obviously like everyone else's. But it didn't dip that hard, right? And the shorts just came in hard and fast because I mean it was like $400 a share. Who wouldn't short that, right? But now they've overcrowded the position and it's a little bit illiquid and there's a share buyback on the table. And that's really problematic because as soon as someone starts getting out, like if a big enough short starts getting out, um, it's gonna push the price up, and that puts the rest of the shorts in a really bad position, right? Because not that they're gonna be underwater, but they're gonna start losing profits. 150,000 Upstart shares returned. Cool. I can't remember the cumulative off the top of my head, bro. I'm not you. Cumulative what? Oh, like OI? When has it ever been profitable to bet against Tim Apple, maker of the financial markets? Can you please take a look at DDS? Seems to be marching up steady. I mean, I have DDS shares. I bought like a couple hundred. Yeah, it's doing great. DDS, for those of you who aren't aware, is one of the more illiquid stocks in the basket. It also performs better than a lot of the other stocks in XRT. Um, it's fun. But DDS is up, like about $75 from like October 13th. Jimmy descending wedge. Out here? No. No, I don't see that. Yeah, they still have $250 million of buyback. Do you have puts on Upstart? I have CSPs open. Well, yeah, just CSPs open now. The naked puts expired on Friday. So just, yeah, I have CSPs at 20. I think those expire this Friday. Yeah. Does Upstart hang on to loans, or do they originate loans and dump those bags on others? I think they originate them and dump them onto other people. Um, the service they offer is like it's almost like Equifax or TransUnion or Experian, right? They do, you know, borrower credit analysis with, a proprietary AI system that's supposed to be highly accurate and, offset default rates. Did you give insight on construction tickers like DE and CAT? And the reason for their resilience in a recession, its green days exceed SPY and its red days tend not to be as bad as SPY. Well, it's, also in the Dow. So it's cat's really heavily weighted in SPY as well, but um it's a solid value investment. So we're seeing a little bit of sector shift as more and more investors move from growth into value. So that's part of the reason. Another reason being, their revenue model is built on contracts, of which they have many out, and will continue to be paid regardless of economic conditions. That, and don't forget they're like one of the prime beneficiaries of the infrastructure, like the $1 trillion infrastructure bill. So that's something else to consider. Thoughts since selling Apple CCs and not wanting shares to get called away. I know the percent of risk is set in the delta, because we learned the MMs don't always set or price risk appropriately. Thoughts? I mean, just go further out of the money if you don't want to be assigned. You could sell above like gamma max. I don't know. I mean, you probably can't calculate that, but sell above like the higher OI on the chain. Like if you really want no risk of assignment, but you're not going to get much premium. Caterpillar is strong. Yeah, it is. It got hit a little with the Chinese markets this morning. They do have some exposure there. So, but they're holding up, I mean, for the most part. Credit analysis algo sounds very valuable. The sort of service that Standard & Poor's or Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac might like to take advantage of. Yeah, well, CNST is not very resilient in a recession. If banks cannot provide loans or CNST projects dry up because funding was pulled by owner of or bank because of risk. I mean, they're doing pretty well so far. How's the capitulation going? Fine. From a macro perspective, since the market continues to trend down, should we have a lot of short positions? We should when shorts are more appropriately priced. Then we'll see more leveraging to the downside. Any thoughts on AMBL as a long-term hold? They just got another government grant. I don't really know anything about them. I'd have to look into them. CNST industry will be fine if banks are okay and Gov pumps funding. Banks are doing really well. I mean, thanks to Dodd-Frank, banks' balance sheets are, infinitely better than they were in 08. A lot of people don't trust their balance sheets, but that's kind of ridiculous. GME is going the wrong way, dog. It's just going sideways. I graduated from a CNST college in a way. It was a great time for me to join the workforce. I need solid bank loans for CNST. Pork roast or fried pork chops for dinner? Pork roast, Carl. Pork chops are gross and they dry out too easily. Any thoughts on GFS if China invades Taiwan? China's not invading Taiwan right now. The calls on C? I mean, yeah, or JPM. They all actually did pretty well through earnings. Don't forget that they're making more money off interest and margin interest as well. Is negative 4% sideways? Ah, it'll recover. It's only 80 cents. Chill the fuck out. I want more VUPs on the SPX. Well, it looks like it's starting to recover now. We filled the gap, and then some, but it's looking a little stronger. Futures are picking up just a bit. NASDAQ, more importantly, is recovering a lot. Which was really dragging a lot of shit down. Russell's recovering as well. Looks like Dow 30 is moving up a bit. So, futures are looking a little bit better. Just gotta be patient. Jesus Christ, people lose their shit so quick. We've only run on OPEX once, I think, on a Monday. Like really run on a Monday, and that was in November, and we all know what happened after that. I don't know why it's the same shit every time. You buy calls, you hold them for 3 days. If the stock runs, you sell them and make money. If it doesn't, you sell the calls. It's just it couldn't be less complicated. Gherk, I'm scared. I took the meanest poo this morning and I think I forgot to flush. If my wife finds it, she will no longer eat my scrum. What do I do? What? I just Sorry, I had to take a phone call. What days do OPEX runs usually happen? Usually Tuesday or Wednesday. Jimmy getting some volume? I mean, it's recovering a little bit. I love how chat and Discord oscillate between 100% greed and 100% fear. Yeah, it's there's no in between. Oh god, there was another one? Hey Gurk, Kendra's wife. Hey Gurk, I've got a huge problem. I love eating my husband's scrum, but I'm afraid he isn't keeping regular bowel movements. How do I broach the subject without looking weird? You know, the best thing to be in a relationship is communicative, honest, and upfront. I think as long as you're talking to him about it, you're gonna get all the information that you need, Kendra's wife. And best of luck to you guys. Good to average down GME OPEX calls. I would if they were down. Um, Currently they're not, so I won't be doing that. You forgot to say 1 second, guys, and I feel robbed. Sorry, 1 second guy. Fucking brat. Was that call from BlackRock asking you to shill harder? They actually wanted me to pump a new financial product that they're working on, dailies. So instead of weeklies, they're just options that expire at different times during the day. Send help. Her tongue is like sandpaper. I'm not sure you saw my prior content. It's ascending scallop season, Gurk. Oh, interesting. Did you update the DD? Yesterday, your confidence level on an OPEX run was 6 out of 10. Yeah, it still is. It hasn't changed because we didn't rip out of the gate. Also, that was before the Chinese market literally crashed overnight, or started to crash overnight. But we'll see. I mean, it's closed now. We don't have to worry about it. Has Kendra always been this cringe, or is it just the OPEX potential bringing it out? No, it's pretty constant whether there's OPEX or not. Son of a bitch, I'm in. Where do I buy these dailies? Oh god. Absolutely, Andrew. At this point, I don't know if I'm watching Gurk, the Kendra show. They're about 50-50 for airtime. It does get excessive sometimes. I was paper trading scalping futures this morning. Can you please advise on positioning in such volatility? Don't? Or just sell the volatility? I feel like Verax, you're asking me, how do you predict price movement when price movement becomes less predictable? You don't. Thank you for weighing in, Celtic Mako. Yeah, ES is futures. Well, minis. S&P 500 mini futures. It doesn't necessarily lead it. It's just the price in the future. Did you miss a Ko-Fi? No. To me, Kendra is like a random sock puppet who pops up just to say his scenario of the day, like a bit. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna have any puppets on this show. I don't like puppets. They're right below clowns and things that weird me out. You know what? Why don't you do your research, Humble Pie Eater, and pick one for yourself? Um, how can you buy the future in the present? Well, because other people want to buy the future in the present. And thus a market is born. The Muppets are okay. I mean, Freg's a Muppet. I understand that they are also puppets, but they're not like sock puppets. I don't mind puppets. My list goes clowns and horses. Hate both, don't trust either. I don't trust full-size horses, but I like tiny horses. Not ponies. They're weird, but tiny horses. Mini horses, here we go again. Listen, all right, they're amazing. If you guys have never seen me riding my mini horse, here's some footage from last summer. I also have a duck that I ride sometimes. It's a larger duck than you would think from the scale in the picture here, but yeah, it was a very, very tall fence. Do I need to bring out the fear banana? I don't know if the banana would make an appropriate plushie, Nesquik. If the pickle jar had a VIX, it would be at 69, but all the time. I never heard of a centaur with a mini horse fetish. I'm not a centaur. That's like saying saying I vertically challenged people. Not children though. You get into trouble when you get more specific. Like I don't like 6-year-olds. Yeah, it's probably not a good idea to pick an age and just broad spectrum dislike children. Not like 7 and 8-year-olds, they're the worst. Was there an amphibious horse hybrid like a Fregtor? I don't think so. I've been buying more Upstart today than I probably should be. Okay. No, Elon didn't give me the horse. I got it on my own. Revlon was a great idea. Well, it was really great until they delisted it. Anything looking good today? Home Depot's up. Costco's killing it. Twitter's doing okay for some reason. BP is up. VIX is doing all right. TDOC was up a bunch this morning, but now it is no longer. I wonder if I should get some TQQQ calls. Oh, Snapchat's up 2.5% for no apparent reason. No, Caterpillar's also just moved positive. Give it time, just let it recover. Is this SPX ascending wedge going to break up or down? That's a good question. Right now, the likelihood of it breaking down is a little higher. If it pushes back into the resistance again and fails, then it starts to look a little more compelling for a move to the upside. Time, but red candle. I know red candle will make investors sad. Good entry for OPEX weeklies today. I mean IV's still low, so probably not awful. Hey Gerg, since it's the first day and only 2 hours into the day, is OPEX over? You know, 90% of the time people ask me that question. I just want to say yes, so I don't have to hear it anymore. But unfortunately, no, it's not. Um, even if it all ran right now, you guys just ruined the fun. I'm full porting into weeklies today for OPEX, but I don't know how to buy these basket stocks. I don't see them in the add to basket button anywhere on WeBull. That's because the basket's just a fake thing that people say. JPow's financial advisor. Gurk, would you mind DRSing your shares for upcoming earnings and then undRS them right after? No, no, I won't do that. I know you hate earnings, but what are your thoughts on Google calls? I have Google shares. I don't know. I mean, Snap underperformed, so I think there's fears that Google won't meet expectations due to declining ad revenue. Snapchat and Twitter up. Maybe you're right about TikTok being the focus of that press conference. We'll find out. The basket is just an equity swap position. It's actually far more likely that what we refer to as the basket colloquially is just a bunch of illiquid stocks where volatility has been shorted a lot. They happen to be in similar sectors because those sectors tend to have lower float sizes and more volatile assets. Tootsie Roll has a post in our stocks right now. Tootsie slow pressure squeeze. Which one of you is this? It's got to be Dork. Between Jimmy and Upstart and any other OPEX stock, how would you rate them on likelihood compared between them all? I mean, Jimmy has the most historical, like, OPEX price action. So it would be highest confidence before just about anything else. Can I DRS my BBBY short position to drive them into bankruptcy from the transfer fees? Yeah, you could. You could. Are you seeing anything useful with this Upstart dip? No, not really. I mean, I sold some more CSPs just because they're super awesome prices. I can't feel it, full disclosure. But I think you're in. Tootsie Roll has about as much a chance of squeezing as GS. Hmm. Spyfin a squart or shart? It's looking good. I mean, we got like a little bounce on the 30 there. I think the massive drop in China is kind of scaring a little bit of the bullish momentum away. When futures opened last night, they just surged up like 100 BPS before the China news just slammed everything down. So, um, I think the momentum is still there, but the confidence got shaken a bit. I laughed out loud, way too loud at the office on that one. You're welcome. If China browns itself, does that mean the U.S. markets white themselves? It could, yeah. You can see foreign investment pull out of China really, really hard, and then uh, reaction to the U.S. markets. I think the biggest issue with China going down is that as the yuan slips in value, there's a risk that they turn to their U.S. treasuries, of which they have an enormous quantity. Golf clap for the news timing, right? What's up, Jupiter? Guys, if you ever want to tag Velvet Jupiter on the Discord, just at paper-handed bitch. You'll tag a few other people too, but it's mostly just to get at him. Are China numbers same like extra SPX spy shrinkage in a swimming pool during winter? China numbers same like extra SPX spy shrinkage? Oh, haha. Watch that clip of your reactions to the question, do puts cost same like shares for the first time is a national treasure of sorts. You should have seen Matt Core's reaction to the first time he got that question. He actually tried to answer it. The disappointment in chat has reached a new low, with white and brown having become part of the vernacular. What the fuck did you expect to happen when people were saying squart and shart to define the movements of stocks intraday? Did you think we were far off? Paper-headed bitch actually worked. Very nice. This is the quality I expect when I pay my monthly. I do my best. I think the real question everyone forgot with the split is, when are we picking up DFE? What price would Fubo have to hit for you to average down? That's a good question. Like the high $2 range? I might average down a little in the $3 range, like low threes, but I doubt it. Based on your memory, are OPEX stocks usually suppressed through the Monday right before OPEX? Generally. If they see price improvement, it's usually in the latter half of the first day. I remember the moment you said, I don't want to trade in a bear market. I get it now. Yeah, I should have just sold deep in the money cover calls on everything I owned and gone on vacation for a year and a half. How far do you think DFV may have averaged down by now? I'm sure his shares are beyond free. Okay, so the ascending wedge broke down. We're recovering in the higher range. That's kind of bullish for SPX. Sort of, yeah. Actually, gamma neutral's a good support. I still need 2 OPEX runs or another 6 months to get my GME cost basis down to 0. Like, I either need 2 OPEXs where I'm confident enough to, like, full port into $3 in the money calls. $4 in the money calls. Or I need 7 months. Are you eating Polish shrimp? I don't know what that is. Why do you keep asking me annoying questions, humble pie eater? You're quickly becoming more annoying than Stefan. So it turns out I'm not as bullish on RevRQ as I was on Rev. That's fair. You're holding your cap position through earnings? You know what? I actually am not sure how much I'm going to hold through earnings. I like earnings, but I don't want to hold... Well, I guess I could... well, I'll see what the IV does. Polish shrimp equals cheese curls. I don't know about the cheese part. They're they are cauliflower puffs, and they're supposed to be flavored like cheddar flavored, but they don't taste like cheddar at all. They kind of taste like peanut butter. If squirt was in the Webster's dictionary, what would its definition be? Is it not in the Webster's dictionary yet? I definitely wrote it in a DD, so it's been published. I think someone should message them. Isn't a squart when you shart while squatting? So I would say that it's when an equity has dropped to lower prices and then suddenly moves back upwards. WeBull May 2023, add the money calls. Would this be awful due to sell in May and walk away? What? No. Uh, I I don't love them because they're kind of a weird date. Thank you, Jen Jen. Did anyone ever ask cauliflower if it wanted to be all these things? Probably not. And it really shouldn't be. Cauliflower is just not that great. It's easily the whitest vegetable, and all that carries with it. If we go lower than 23, where can we go? I would imagine 22 would be the next stop in the number line. With some of these comments and questions, I no longer wonder why armadillos have leprosy, but the comments and questions are far more amusing. That's good to know. The worst part about cauliflower is that it really stinks after being in your fridge for a day or two after it's been cooked. Parsnips are pretty white? True. I believe in the number quilt. So you like to think of numbers more as like a surface than just points, points on in a line. Do you think SPY could test its daily low again today? Yeah, I mean it could. I don't know if I don't think it will. Mr. Diamond Hands? It looks pretty good. I mean, we had that ascending wedge, it broke down. Now we're starting to get like an ascending triangle, which is usually a pretty bullish continuation from that. Why do you hang up the F-man theory? I haven't hung it up. But if we run here in October, then we kind of have to. Do you think the word bulbous is underused? It has a certain elegance to it. Hmm, is it underused? I don't think it's underused. Check out ACIW. I don't want to. Why would I look at that piece of shit? Did it finally go up? If a quant predicts a squart, do they level up to a squant? No, we don't have that. We don't have that kind of ranking system. And we'll see how earnings go. SPX puckering up for a big move up or down. Yeah, probably one of the two. Is that what other like finance YouTubers do? People are like, "Hey man, check out this stock." And they're like, "Oh yeah, I'd love to." Ugh. Yes. You should go watch them. Yeah, they look at it, pull up Ortex and pump it. Do you think your Apple 170 calls can go in the money? No. They are November's, yes. What's up, Dominic? Happy Monday, man. How you doing? Chicago. Well played, Ace Ventura. Well played. Do you think that Jimmy is being held down or just trending with the market? I think it got shorted pretty hard when they had the opportunity. Now it's kind of trending with the market. Hey Gurk, can you look at my obscure stock and say bullish things about it on stream? My favorite part of that is like people want me to like pump their stock. Like, Gurk won't talk about MMTLP. He must be a shill. No, it's just I think you've made a terrible investment decision. I'm glad you made some money on it. Nice, pigeon teeth, Dan. Upstart 510 calls for the memes. Yeah. Can you look at this photograph? I can't believe I'm going to say it, but I'm losing faith in my GME position. Fair enough. In what circumstances would you grow a mullet? I don't know if you don't really grow a mullet. Would I get a mullet? None. I don't think there's any circumstance that could convince me to get a mullet. Shill, thanks. What's faith? I don't know. What about centaur? Do you think it has legs, 4 legs, and a human torso, and a very long taint? It could. Quit shilling. I mean, I just don't care if people like don't like their GME. Sell it. Don't fucking talk to me about it. My interest in making like having people buy and hold is long gone. What if you were transported and back in time when the mullet was more socially acceptable? You mean the 1980s? I don't know, maybe? I can't see wanting a mullet. I don't understand the purpose of it. It's not a very efficient haircut. The mullet is still socially acceptable in South Carolina. Well, I don't go there. It keeps your neck warm in the winter. I don't think so. What's the deal with Rev now? Thesis blown up? Well, it got delisted. So the thesis was that they could skirt the delisting and we would get another buy-in, which would jack up IV again. I'm still in it, but that's just because it's not worth selling. What if Billy Ray Cyrus offered you his daughter's hand in marriage? You mean Miley Cyrus? All her fortunes. Okay, well, as a betrothal gift to grow a mullet. How long do I have to keep it for? Hey Girk, will you look at this stock? It had a massive short position on it, and Reddit is DRSing 30% of the shares outstanding. Media tells everyone to forget about it. It's GME. Take a look. I couldn't have looked harder. Has anyone ever seen a centaur with a mullet? I have not. It seems like a silly question. It is. Is RevRQ under $1 a decent price for a long-term buy and hold? That depends on if you have confidence in the company turning around their bankruptcy. You once said a positive pregnancy test is the thing that scares you the most. A mullet could help prevent that. True. True, but I like to live life on the edge, so I think I'll avoid that. The mullet is actually the most aerodynamic hairstyle. The hair works in the same way as the time trialing helmets with the long tails and cycling. The Italian cycling team tested it. That's absolutely not true. Surprised people haven't asked when OPEX will be. Well, I did title the stream OPEX Day 1. So hopefully that helped people with the counting part. It's chicken based and works well in soups. What's that the stock for? That's not a real stock. I was gonna buy some Tyson Foods. That's chicken based, primarily. Well, no. I think they actually might be more beef based. Toilet wine, I'd prefer not to do that if possible. What's the volatility on Sam the past week? Phew. I mean, earnings was so their earnings weren't very good, but their revenue was way the fuck up. It's almost like depressed people are drinking more. I'm sorry, recessed people. No, inflated. transitorily inflated people are drinking. There we go. More. People can't read, Gurk. Well, that's not my problem. I think you meant chicken stock. Oh. Aha. I don't think so. I think 39% of their revenue comes from beef, actually. And 20% from pork. 26 something percent from chicken. And then, like, the remainder from processed foods. So they're actually less chicken exposed than you would think. They also took a loss on their chicken sector over the last year. I don't know, man. I can see you rocking a mullet. Like, initially, people look at you in the front and they're like, this guy trades options. And then you turn to the side, it's weeklies. Okay, that's fucking great. Um, yeah, I kind of love that. That's the most convincing argument anyone's made. I don't like days where the VIX and the Spire up. Those are my favorite days. That's my favorite part of the month. Why no OPEX? When is OPEX? What calls do you have? Is this an OPEX? I'm sad I bought out of the money weeklies. What do, Gurk? Yeah, those will all happen over the next couple days, probably. I am with the in favor of Gurk mullet majority here, but I'd also like to see a Wolverine or Sabretooth style beard in the mix. You know, that's a lot of like sculpting that I really don't want to do. You'll load my full port into weeklies. What do? I don't know. Probably start applying for jobs. Why are people being sad about OPEX when the SPX is literally one massive scalping opportunity? Like, play OPEX with cash if VUPs, harvest momentum off SPX. If no GMU OPEX this time around, take SPX winnings and hold cash to November OPEX. Yeah. I'm definitely I think I have more money in SPX than anything else right now. And it's doing good. I mean, it's not ramping up as much as I want it to today, but I'm fine with it just being up a little bit. I thought now might be a good time to get into Adidas, and then I looked at the full year trajectory it's been on. I mean, a lot of clothing companies like Adidas and Nike also they've been hit really hard with the supply shock, and many of them were carrying tons of debt. My friend Giannis has a mullet, but it's ironic. Okay. Oh. Adidas is bearish as the Russian contingent can't support Adidas earnings with tracksuits. Is Upstart at all-time lows right now? No, well, it came very close. First successful SPX trade, Girk. Auto-filled 8 DTE 3800. Totally forgot about it. No notification. And just looked up, it was like 30%. The AM low. I gotta focus, so I just sold it. Whoa. Yeah, their SPX is crazy. It's like even when it's doing nothing, it's crazy. If this is OPEX week, when does OPEX actually start? Generally on Tuesday. Tuesday most often. Sometimes Wednesday, but that's a little more rare. Almost never on Monday unless it already ran super fucking hard on Friday. $450K now available to borrow on Upstart. That's kind of a good sign, right? If they're gonna try to push it off reg show. It's probably not a good sign that we're not seeing any price improvement. Does the Upstart play change in any way if it drops significantly below 20? Well, if it drops significantly below 20, I'm buying 5,000 shares at $20. So that'll be a big change. I hope that doesn't happen. I don't really want more shares. Dad, hold me. My calls are scared. When do they expire? Next week? Okay, that's your fault. Next week's like Friday. Does Upstart die if it drops below 20? No. Upstart hit a 52-week low today. I think it just missed its 52-week low, didn't it? I know it didn't. Yeah, just a little bit below its 52-week low. It was what, 2020 right before that? $20.20. If Upstart gets off reg show, then what? If it falls off reg show without running, it becomes a lot less interesting. I want to pick up 1,000 BBBY shares at 435 for old time's sake. Ew. I'm curious what Jimmy calls you picked up and cost basis, but I haven't asked in fear of opening the floodgates of questions. Knowing how much worse my entry is works like kink shaming and keeps me level headed. I have GME November $30 calls at a $1.38 cost basis, and I have GME November 35s at a $77 or 77 cent cost basis. That's it. That's all I have right now. I just have a bunch of those. Gamma can't be flat, but it kind of is. I work for the largest refrigerated carrier, and they have about 150 chicken locations versus about 15 beef plants. But yeah, beef production outweighs their chicken by about 8%. Surprising. See, I told you. It's nuts. I also thought they were like full chicken too. That's why I first started looking into them, because I wanted chicken exposure. Little did I know I was getting beef exposure. Kendra has been exposed to beef before. What price action do you see for cat the next month or two? I mean, I guess it'll depend on how they do for earnings, but I think we're gonna continue to see like a slow sector shift to, value with consistent like Dow improvement, provided China starts to come back a little bit. Hey, SPX finally broke up. Beef exposure was meant to be a euphemism. Girk tries to minimize his beef exposure, except when he gets catfished on Tinder in an Italian restaurant. It was a French restaurant. The kids are keeping Tyson in business because of how many dino nuggets they eat. Man, don't let your kids eat that many dino nuggets. They're gonna have like pancreatic cancer by the time they're 30. Just just cut up some chicken and bread it. It takes minutes. Throw it in the same your toaster oven or whatever you use to cook your chicken. It's difficult to cut chicken in the shapes of dinosaurs. Get a cookie cutter. Air fryers are just toaster ovens with fans in them. Do you think this sell-off was because of SLD? I think it was because the Chinese, like Hang Seng dropped, fucking 600 BPS last night, and could be because of the last remnants of SLD. That's always a possibility going into the Monday following. It doesn't matter. All deposits had to be made by this morning, so whatever orders needed to be posted for sell-offs had to be posted this AM. They can clear through dark pools throughout the day, but one way or another, the deposits are now done. I had the same dino nuggets in the freezer for 5 years. You can't eat those anymore, man. Throw them out. I just said get a cookie cutter. Make sure you keep those chicken cookie cutters away from the regular cookie cutters. Fair. They're in the garage freezer. I don't feel like going out there. What's your opinion on peas? They're fine. Oh, there's nothing wrong with peas. They're not my favorite, but they're okay. I don't like them mushy. Do you have any December SPX calls or all just November? All November. I don't have anything for December. Chicken cookie? Yeah, exactly. Probably should have kept my SPX call since they move fast. What's a good stop loss spread? 10%? Yeah, usually. I mean, since they move so quickly, um it's usually good to have like a little bit wider risk on them. Otherwise, it's very easy to get stopped out. And then they can also see the stops in the order book, and they absolutely will target stop losses like in a given range. So if you're a little too close and you think it's going to bounce, it's better to move it down a fraction. I make eggplant parm for my kids using dino-shaped cookie cutters. They're high class as fuck. Nice. Any comment on the VIX? Can't seem to cool at all. I mean, it was starting to cool on Friday. Um, Hopefully we see a little bit more this week. It's kind of, in an ironic way, it's protecting the downside of the market because it keeps staying elevated. What's your upside expectation for this melt up? I mean, I'm still targeting like 3,800, but 38.25, 38.35 look kind of strong for call positioning so far. I think we're going to see more call positioning throughout this week and into next. So we'll see what levels it builds up at. It's probably going to build up at uh more like psychologically relevant levels like 3,800, 3,850, 3,900. But for right now it's kind of just right around that 3,800 range. The trick to homemade nuggets isn't cookie cutters, it's using ground chicken. You still need a cookie cutter to get the dinosaur shape. Does a crash out of the question because of a high VIX? No, because a crash would be prompted by equity sell-offs, right? Um, but continued like leveraged pushes to the downside are out of the question because the VIX is too high. So the puts that just sold off very, very profitably, right? But entering large leveraged put positions to the downside right now is obscenely expensive. And the Fed's about to raise rates almost without a doubt. And that'll bump row again, which would make puts worth even less. So, you know, institutions aren't going to want to leverage the downside on the indices right now, or just in the across the market in general, um, until those rate increases are in place and the VIX cools down a little bit, and then they can start building up leverage to the downside again. That doesn't mean institutions are going to go full bull on the market either, right? They might because the incentive to buy calls is very high. You know, row increases the price of far dated calls. Um, but we'll see. And calls are cheap because the VIX is up. So what you're saying is sell SPX puts. Yeah, I mean, it's probably not terrible. I'm not saying sell them, but I'm not selling them. I don't really. They're not really worth that much. Volatility sucks, right? If you can afford to sell them naked, I guess. Most people can't. Is it interesting since we're already there? I mean, we're a bit off. Like there's still plenty of room to move up. And today's recovery looks good though. I like every just about everything about this. Ooh, what's this? Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, so Windmill Willie got me the pro version of Epic Pen, and I think it's just changed my life. I can now point at things. I can be like, look at this. It hasn't crashed recently. Watching the tape on DDS, seeing lots of shares bought as high as 37.78, but those trades are not reflected in price. Small Dow ticks all recorded. Is this the market maker trickery? Yeah, could be. Maybe the DMM more than the market maker, but yeah. Has anything happened to make you more or less bullish for a GME OPEX run? No. I mean, I guess I'm a little more bullish because now I can draw these. God, that's cool. How thick can I make those arrows? Oh. Wait, hold on. Maybe we can fix the market this way. Guybrush for Nopex. We'll find out. I mean, we'll blame him on me. Up, up, down, down, left, right, BA, start. Ban Guybrush. I don't know. The market's been recovering since I put him on the screen, so let's see if he can do his job. All Guybrush does is delist stocks. Oh, man. My head is not missing an S. So is Bobby just dead until they announce something? I feel dumb for holding. Um, here's the biggest problem with Bobby. They have an equity offering that they really, really need to complete because they need money pretty badly. And the shorts are ensuring that they can't get their equity offering completed in the range in which it would help the company. There's some hope that you know, their debtors will come to some sort of terms with them and renegotiate their debt, but that's probably really unlikely. If they shed baby, they could get a big cash infusion, but then they'd be infusing a bunch of cash into what is otherwise a completely worthless fucking company. Um, the activist investor who was in it bailed the first chance he got. Um, Actually, both of the activist investors that were involved bailed the first chance they got. Um, I don't see any hope for it unless you want to cling on to some, you know, like conspiracy theories about Carl Icahn. But I can tell you right now, if Icahn or Cohen wanted baby, they could just wait till the company is insolvent and get it out of them that way. There's so much Guybrush FUD today. The hedgies are getting desperate. Maybe. Better use long-term gains shares for selling cover calls, or better just use whatever is above your cost basis first. I guess whatever is above your cost basis first. Generally, when you're selling covered calls, you're generally speaking, you're trying to sell first in, last out, because if you get assigned, you don't want to get hit with short-term gains. Do we still have negative gamma around 25 for GME? No, but we have some at like 30. Let me take a look. See if this is updated at all today. 25 is actually pretty positive. 26 is a little bit negative. Also, I think this is like the OI from Friday, so I'm not a huge fan of using it to inform price action. But it looks a little heavy up to the $30 range. But not very much. I mean, like from 25 to 30 for this week's expirations, a little bit heavy. Gex today so far has been kept negative. Upstart's starting to look pretty good though. How does it feel to have a position above your cost basis? It's nice. Double top on SPY 5-minute? I don't think so. The little like low range. And this recovery on the 30 is pretty bullish. Horrible. Why is that nice? To have a position that's trading above your cost basis? What's your plan with Upstart? You're hoping for big volatility coming at the start of the new year. No, I'm hoping shorts need to give a little ground because they've used up all the liquidity and it's on reg show. GT2? That's just a scam. Why does RevRQ still track the market at all? It may still have mutual fund holdings. It's possible. RC was definitely talking about OPEX with this Tuesday morning tweet. Maybe. Or he was talking about the retailer Tuesday morning, which I think was also being pretty heavily shorted at the time. Failed pre-market high again. On what? Like the SPY? Are you watching the SPY? You know the SPY just tracks the SPX kind of loosely, right? The Tuesday morning tweet from a year ago? Yeah. Remember the innocent days of our youth when we thought RCU was buying BBBY in order to pressure shorts on GME? I mean, he did pressure shorts on GME. Like when BBBY ran, they still had to risk off the rest of the short vol positions, right? Yeah, we all can't afford SPX like you. All right. Well, don't. Uh, using the SPY's levels to determine the SPY's potentials, kind of a risky game. Um, Let me take a look at it. Spy broke the morning resistance, and then it hasn't failed here yet. It looks like it's trying to continue the uptrend, but volume's really fucking low. I could see this failing into the midday if you're just trying to like trade it intraday. Just because it's so weak, but who the fuck knows? We've been having like crazy volatile breakouts all the time. And the consolidation is really, really strong. Maybe it does break up. What's your favorite way to prepare zucchini? I like to roast it. Roasting it's kind of good. What's on MCHI? What's that? Oof. Is this their MSCI's Chinese ETF? Should have bought calls on Yang. Yang's up like 30% today. You know, I should have bought calls on it when China didn't report their economic data. I thought about it and then I was like, I don't want to deal with it. It's too risky. I regret that now, maybe. I don't know. I like how Upstart is sporting a nice green Woody. It's good for it. Yeah, FXY is a correct. It's one of the two correct long yen plays. Trying to find the other one. There's a leverage ETF for long yen also, but FXY is one of them. Should I regret taking profits on the Yang shares today? Would you be looking to pick up more on a dip or move on? So usually, and this is kind of speculative, but usually when China does this kind of shit and announces like a bunch of bearish stuff at all at once, they immediately backtrack a bunch of it, right? Or make a bunch of promises that are that never come to fruition, like their quantitative easing. What time period is your long yen position targeting? Next year. Mostly through like minis, like Japanese yen e-mini contracts. I have some FXY also, but not nearly as much, like 10% of my position there. Ugh. Spy ups tomorrow from Friday Gax. We'll see. Yeah, I mean that was something we talked about on Friday that we don't generally. I will say that the market makers on SPX and stuff do not wait T+2. They do sometimes, but generally speaking, they start deleveraging right away because obviously those positions are huge and there's a lot of risk. Um, but I think with the downturn in the Chinese markets overnight, I think they feel a little bit more stable in holding their hedge into tomorrow. No problem, Handy Coils. I'm gonna test this high again. I mean, it just keeps pushing up, right? Don't forget that the amount of leverage like that needs to be shed is insane, right? And this is kind of that critical point, right? We talked about this yesterday. It's about $6.8 billion per 100 BPS, and SPX is up 100 BPS right now. Can someone tell me what happened with Revlon? It was delisted. Or where to find info about it. It's delisted. It's now trades on the OTC pink sheets under the ticker REVRQ. REVRQ. Is there another way to exit a call early besides selling? No. I mean, unless you sold it, and then you would buy it. You can exercise them. Starting to be a little worried that I'll have to carry rev calls into next tax year. I mean, you could just sell them. Nothing's stopping you from selling them. If you're scared of carrying them into the next year, like if you need the losses for this year, you can just probably take them. I saw TCDA. I know. Why does everyone keep bringing that up? Do you guys all just scan the market? Be honest with me. Is everyone just scanning the market by biggest winners and biggest losers? Is that how everyone's picking their stocks? What is this, like our short squeeze? You are? You sons of bitches. No, I concentrate on bankrupt or soon to be delisted tickers. In the past, I've had rev call orders to sell at market that never got filled. Huh. I mean, if you market sell, they'll probably fill because a lot of the 35Cs are sold to open. So and there's probably buy orders in for them. We bussin'? Well, we're trying to bus. We might bus now. Where's Poker Degen? It's make or break, buddy. Do you still have 1P Jan 23 on Rev? Not anymore. I didn't buy very many of those. I only bought like 100, so it wasn't really worth it. I haven't been in here in a bit. Can someone tell me what happened to the East India Company? I think they still exist in some capacity. ATP shows volume on SPX chart. Where do you think it gets that volume from? It estimates it based on options flow. If Jimmy hits 38 this week, I will make white in my pantaloons. You're not alone. Everyone will make white together. It will be glorious. Checking, so will they delist too? Sure, it's on or off. Depends on what Upstart does. Well, I guess Upstart or SPX. Both of those have potential to short off. Midday report, are you bullish or not? Well, the market hasn't crashed yet, so I don't see what else I could be. Sherwin is up 80%. I'm honestly just considering taking profits and not risk earnings tomorrow pre-market. Thoughts? I've been thinking about it too. I feel like I shouldn't be bearish on their earnings. Maybe I'll. So some of my positions already in the money. I'm thinking maybe I'll just sell like some short calls to offset the downside a bit. Like a little bit, like just sell like a little spread, you know? I don't know. Maybe I'll just close and reopen afterwards. But the last time I held Sherwin through earnings, I made a shitload of money. So it's tough, you know? So you're assuming even if earnings is bad, it will eventually go up more then? Yeah, and I have a lot of time on the contracts. But, what's IV at right now? I don't want to open my brokerage. Hold on. IV is not bumping a ton. It's almost not worth it. I guess I'll see what IV looks like towards the end of the day. But it might not be, it might just not be worth it to sell like a spread against it. Yeah, maybe I'll just consider taking profits. I think if the market keeps moving up there, Sherwin-Williams will too, even if their earnings are kind of off. And like I said, I do have time, so maybe I'll just hold on to them either way because the entry's so good. I got in some of those calls like sub 200, which is nuts. Same, got a good entry on Friday. Nice. Also, don't forget, they're also considered like a value investment. Like people never stop using their product. The supply shock should be starting to ease on them a bit. Um, and they can literally charge whatever they want. Like they almost have a monopoly. Here's what you do, Jettle. Go to your local Sherwin-Williams store at 1 o'clock after lunch and see how busy it is. If it's dead, then sell before earnings. If it's packed, sell after. I live in Norway, we don't have it. Damn it. No, it's a terrible tip. I was joking. I know the VIX is still above 30. I just picked up 15, 11, 4, 35. See, we can rip now. How much are those? Ugh. I like that one. Too late driving now. We'll report. Thanks for letting me know, Carl. I know it's a small part of their business. Does VIX need to come down to 20 before we see mass put buying again, or 25 enough? I think 25 would be enough. Even 28 could be sufficient. Who's Rebecca, and what did they do to Rebecca? Well, they delisted it. How do people not know this yet? Did you see my serious question? Oh, ACIW. Do people inside organizations leak financial information out to outsiders, even though it's illegal? Yeah, all the time. It's not necessarily illegal, right? Because, like, a bunch of executives could be talking about revenue and earnings for the quarter that's so far unreported while they're at lunch, and someone might overhear them. We just straight boofing today. I wish I was invited to the boofing party. There appears to be some boofing going on. If a company is going through massive layoffs, could this in theory be good for their earnings? Over time, yes. Not generally initially, right? Because they have, if they're laying off a lot of people, they're probably spending a lot of money up front to save money in the future. Puts on UPS. Gas prices are not kind to FedEx earnings. You probably could, yeah. I mean, very similar. Although I do think, if I remember correctly, and I haven't looked in a long time, but I think FedEx has like a lot more exposure to oil pricing than UPS because uh they do a lot more air freight. But I could be wrong. It's been I would look into that. I've looked into it in the past, and if I remember correctly, that's something to watch out for. But research it. I've been burned on every OPEX. How? All of them? Some of them I get, but some of them I don't understand. Just joined. What's your thoughts on Fubo for this week? I mean, it looks like they're still just buying it a bunch and keeping the price flat. I think on Fubo we're seeing I think we're still seeing like accumulation from institutions. I don't think they're gonna let up on that until either the puts get out, right, or the shorts get out, or the longs are finished buying. UPS has been growing their air freight division. They also sold off their UPS LTL for a few years to a third party. They provide better service, US domestic hands down. No, I don't work for UPS. Interesting. Well, it looks like it's about to go parabolic. Yeah, but by parabolic, you're just talking about like $1.50 or something. Is it possible the MM bribed NYSE to delist Rev due to the high OI 35Cs? Uh, no. I mean, like, sure, but probably not. To be fair, the NYSE had already moved to delist previously. They really don't like keeping bankrupt companies listed, but generally, if a bankrupt company meets all the other qualifications, it will remain listed, which Revlon did. However, it's still at their discretion, which is kind of what I warned everyone about. If someone could buy a massive amount of Fubo and still keep it flat before running it, who eventually gets fucked? The market maker? Well, the market maker or the shorts that stay in. Thoughts on Mara? For what? Just like you're betting on like a Bitcoin recovery? Or you just want to sell like CSPs or something? I think it's pretty good for selling like kind of far dated CSPs right now. It's pulling up. It looks pretty strong for today. GME about to squirt. It's looking better. Upstart's starting to look really nice. And the market's moving back up for yet another test. With still no volume though. Jimmy and Fubo are Eskimo brothers. Can you look at Eric? Justice Department verdict is hanging over the stock like a blanket, and it's mega oversold. Earnings will improve from next quarter as acquisition went through this quarter. What's going on, Eric? That's Erickson, right? Who did they merge with? Like Nokia or something? Or who are they being acquired by? I don't really pay that much attention to telecom, especially European telecom. Vonage? I don't know. Well, I mean, I think in that case, then like Ericsson stock price moves down, Vonage price moves up. Um, Once the acquisition's complete, that it could normalize if you're trying to play that. Market about to squirt to 38.50. No, it failed again. Head and shoulders. Looks like we're headed back to 37.80. Is OPEX dead? Should I roll? It's not even started yet, really. I'm assuming delisting price will eventually drop to 0. No, not at all. Here's the deal. Revlon's still, operating. They're not defunct. They have the loan for their bankruptcy. They could pull through, and with the supply shock kind of easing, they do have a chance to recover and become a business. The problem with that is it could take years. So if they'd stayed listed and had to go through like the stricter reporting process and um maintain all the listing conditions, then it would have been really bullish, right? Like ETFs would have bought back in, probably would have gotten a lot of volatility again. But with the delisting, you're buying into, at that point, you're buying into the potential for the company to relist, which could take quite some time. What's your favorite part about streaming? I don't know, it gives me something to do all day, which is kind of cool. I like hanging out with everyone, and if I can answer questions that help people, that's nice. What are your thoughts on the erasure of internal combustion engines in the near future? I don't think it's going to be that near future, but eventually. This carousel seems to be at resistance on my TA. It is, but it could still move higher. I know it's at resistance. Official October NOPEX question count 27. That's not so bad for the first day. It'll pick up tomorrow. Don't forget the multi-million-dollar bonus for the execs. Well, I mean, if you need to retain talent, you need to retain talent. They have like 1.4 billion, so FTX has historically buttoned up financially going into market downturns and led the market coming out of downturns. Yeah, they've done well. They're pretty well managed. Does BTU not have weekly options? I think the nearest expiration is November 18. I love that you're streaming. It made my day more entertaining and my trading better. Thanks. Thanks, Bruce. Is your least favorite part about streaming, Stefan? No. I think my least favorite part about streaming is that, like, I'm the focal point for everyone's, like, market emotions, which in a way makes me better at not feeling anything about my positions, because I've just heard, like, all the negativity and all the positivity, and it leaves you kind of feeling like, eh. But it's also just a really good indicator. So maybe I don't mind too much. If we buy enough options on a ticker, will it get weekly expiries then? I mean, yeah, if interest picks up enough, not you, but institutionally, then yeah, the market maker may open more slots. We've been in a very cool commodities market, so a lot of commodity stocks will probably only have like monthly options. It leaves you feeling dead inside. Yeah, I it does make me feel burnt out sometimes, but I don't stay that way for long. I got JBLU breaking the downtrend on the daily and the 4-hour. What do you see as the next big resistance? I'm starting to build a position of an average of 650. Not sure if I'm gonna wait. Yeah, I mean, I understand the bullishness on JetBlue, but I think there's a lot of time to enter it. Like, I really don't feel like there's a rush. Um, it'll probably pull up with the broader market, but I don't see like a return to 6 or even like maybe the $5 range out of the question over the next few months. Remember, it'll take a long time for them to realize significant revenue growth from that acquisition of Spirit. At the end of the year, can we have an in memoriam for BBBY, BBIG, Rev, etc.? Maybe. So yeah, Glider, I think if you're patient, you'll have some lower entry opportunities. I work for Spirit. The deal is set to go through late 2023. It's gonna take forever. Yeah, I mean, it's a big merger. It's gonna take a lot of time or acquisition, but yeah, it'll take a lot of time to play out. Monday is OPEX dead. Tuesday is OPEX dead. Wednesday is OPEX dead. Thursday, should I sell covered calls since OPEX didn't happen? Friday, are my covered calls safe? Yeah, it's gotten to the point where I used to be really excited about OPEX because
every OPEX carried this like big opportunity potential. Even if it went unrealized, the potential is exciting. Um, but now I fucking hate OPEX. We've got 1,000 people watching now. If everyone throws 50K towards Rev, we don't 100%. Then we rebrand as Pi-Fi Cosmetics, make all the lipstick pickle flavored. Stock will be back to 15 in no time. That's not how getting rid of their massive bag of debt works. Thanks, Jason T. Thank you for the cool, calm, collected analysis as always. No problem. Also, Kairos are FUD. That is all. I mean, I do appreciate the humor of it, but at this point, you'd think people would have learned how to like enter and exit OPEC questions or OPEXs, and like there'd be far fewer questions about what's happening and more questions about like position management and stuff. Why did the flight attendant get lung cancer? Because she worked for American Spirit Airlines. Ha! Ben, thank you so much. I appreciate it, dude. Guys, welcome to Cornishon. Give Ben a shout out for hooking you up.
Cornishon. Cornishon.
If Rev received all the lost theta, the theta's not gone from the 35Cs, just the value. I love most of you. All right, well, that's nice, Ben. Some more advanced questions like how do I exit my most recent options play, covered calls? I don't know. Just like, you know, how to position to avoid, losing too much money if OPEX doesn't occur. And and the thing is like I talk so much about the possibilities of downside, and everyone just ignores that, right? They only hear like the bullish things they want to hear. And it's gotten to the point where I feel like I spend so much time talking about the potential pitfalls of entering a position that people forget that there's benefits to having exposure. Because for some reason I feel like I need to be constantly warning everyone because people do such stupid shit. Like buying Next Weeklies, guy who bought Next Weeklies. I don't care if OPEX is back. Tuesday, Wednesday, VOPs back to back. Thursday comes, it's sideways snack. Now it's Friday and people still didn't sell. Yeah, that's another thing that happens. I'm more bullish on Rev, which is working its way out of bankruptcy, than I am on BBBY, whose credit rating was recently downgraded and they're heading towards insolvency. Yeah, I'm not gonna say I'm bullish on Bobby at all. I honestly, out of the two companies, I think Revlon has a far better chance of turning around and recovering than Bobby does. Well, because Bobby has to sell off their primary asset in order to achieve solvency, and even if they do that, they're only going to do it for a small period of time, while the other branches of their business continue to fail. So they'd just be offsetting the amount of time. Like if they sold Baby, they'd just be offsetting the amount of time it took for them to go out of business. Whereas like Revlon still has a consistent amount of orders and they're still manufacturing products. Um, they got really hammered with their debt kind of all at once. And Bobby did too, but I think Rev has a better path to profitability or a better path to solvency. They also have possibly, well, they both have a lot of brand equity. So a bunch of December 20p just sold off on Upstart. That's exciting. Well, OPEX always does like the same thing, even if it runs or it doesn't, right? So it feels like it's like fairly easy to enter at this point because you either get goddamn. You either get like usually get a drop in, oh, that's way too thick. So you get like a drop in price and a drop in IV that occur like simultaneously, right? And then generally IV into the expiration picks up anyway because the market maker is afraid of their tail risk. And so IV picks up into the first couple days. And if you buy like 30-ish DTE contracts, you only need to hold them open for 3 days. Like 1, 2, and 3. Right? And if you're doing this and the price remains relatively stable, even if it drops a little bit, IV still stays mostly up. And so even if there's a no pex, you just sell and you have your most of your money back. So you risk like, maybe 10% of your contract value if you buy in this range in order to see what happens. And when something does happen, those contracts can go up, upwards of 1,000% very, very quickly. So it's worth it just to have the exposure, which a lot of people without exposure in May learned very quickly. So when you're opening any OPEX positions before the end of day expiration date, do you have an IV target? Or are you just looking at predetermined strikes? Thanks. I mean, I target within the range that's indicated by like the Greek neutrals, and I try to buy as low an IV period as I can. Obviously, you're never gonna nail it perfectly. Sometimes you can come really close, but someone will always have a slightly better entry. But I mean, usually just because of if you wanted to, you could sell like a chunk of your contracts on the OPEX expiration when the market maker prices IV up, if you bought IV low, and cover a lot of your cost basis, and then almost carry the next 3 days relatively risk free. So you could leverage into a larger position here, shed a little bit of it early on the bump, and then you're really like very, very risk averse in the 3 day carry that the position requires. But weeklies will just drop like a rock. Like you lose like 80% of the capital you put in on weeklies by fucking market open on Monday, which I feel like some people have already experienced today. Thoughts on picking up some Upstart 60C Jan 20? IV's decently low. Yeah, it's not bad. It's the lowest it's been for a little while. I have like 600 of that contract, so I don't really want to buy more of them. But it's a good price. I also, by buying them, I'm not going to really average them down much unless I buy a lot of them. I sold November 11, 1850 CSPs on Upstart at the bottom. I'm thinking about keeping it the whole way. You might be able to. I sold 20s at the bottom. I haven't, for the last few weeks, I haven't gotten assigned on a single $20 call. It's really helped offset my cost basis on Upstart a lot. Does this sort of price action usually occur on OPEX Monday? Yeah, actually, generally we usually see, like OPEX Mondays, we usually see a dip and then a recovery into the end of day. And things start to look a lot more bullish at the end of the day if we're gonna have like a good OPEX. Um, as the market makers, get ready to cover their gamma exposure. Would you expect for Tesla to stay behind a little during the rally because of the negative sentiment right now? Or is the call interest so high that it would even exceed? That's hard to say, right? Because like FOMO into Tesla is probably still strong if it picks up a decent run. And you get more institutional FOMO there, right? Like institutions will buy into Tesla runs, and so they can run pretty hard. What DT do you typically use for CSPs? I generally don't. Well, it depends. I generally don't sell them too far out. Usually like 7 or 14. Sometimes I'll sell 30 or 45, but only if I'm okay with owning the underlying. If I'm just trying to get free money, then 7 to like 14. I don't think trading is for me. What did you do, Natty? Have you been trading? I thought you were just buying and selling, or buying stock and selling covered calls. Did you cover SPX OI? Yeah, earlier today. It looks pretty strong up into like the 3800, 3825 range. Not a lot of call interest as of this morning at like 3850 or 3900 yet, but it may be picking up. We'll see. Don't lock up the price on Upstart by selling CSPs. Well, I've used the credit from CSPs to buy calls. That doesn't lock up the price. May wasn't bullish until the last 30 minutes of the day before OPEX. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes, we don't run until Wednesday. It's happened a couple times now, but I guess watch out for that. I'm gonna hold my options through Wednesday, most likely. Why are you bitch ass day traders so goddamn afraid of 3800? Bulls have no balls. Well, their balls have been clipped this year. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. You know who you are. Just give it time, man. Natty, you're gonna have to wait on Fubo for it to be what you want it to be. Institutions are still positioning, so there's just no way to like avoid that. You're not gonna be able to leverage the capital or get the price to change in the way that you want until they're ready to let off and allow the stock to see price improvement. It could be a while. I'm buying more though. That's probably, I mean, if it's below your cost basis, it's probably not a terrible idea. What's behind 3080? 3081. I mean, if you know the direction the market's likely to take, you know, and it's been in a fairly stable uptrend for most of the day. Yeah, you can you know just look at these like rejections off 3800 as an opportunity, because the more it happens, the more call side positioning is going to build up above 3800 as more and more out of the money calls are purchased, and then when it does break through, it's going to move hard, right? Could upward market pressure help GME price improvement this week, regardless of OPEX? Yes. And that's one of the reasons I was a little more confident with entering an OPEX position, is because their internalization and their liquidity are already kind of tapped out. And if they're going to try to drag it out till November, fine. But, you know, they do need to cover like a little bit at some point. And if they do, that gives me an opportunity to ditch my calls and sell some covered calls and just wait out the next month, right? A caution from Apple might tank the market 5%. That seems excessive. Apple's already lost a lot of valuation over the last month or so. I don't know how much more cautionary they could be besides pulling the production of the iPhone 14. SPY 11.4 370s. When would you start to shed those to avoid the most theta loss? I mean, you could probably wait out the test of like you could wait out a breakthrough of 3800, or you know, you could start taking profits on them. I've already started taking profits on my 11.4 3700s. I sold like 5 of them today. You know, on these tests, I sold one on the earlier test of 3800. I sold 4 of them here on this test. The rest I'm probably gonna carry through and see how this test proceeds. But yeah, I mean, it's not a bad idea to consider, you know, taking some profits and, you know, capturing those gains. Why are all you clever day traders so cautiously hedged against volatility? You've got big brains. You should be proud of yourselves. You know who you are. Any thoughts on BTU earnings this week? I'm hoping that they're better. I kind of had a thesis that their earnings would begin to improve into the latter part of this year for Q3, and then even more so in Q4 as their Australian operation starts to get online and generate some revenues instead of just costing them a shitload of money. If it doesn't, if the earnings are bad, I will buy more because then I would expect the next one to be better. I'm really bullish on BTU. Oh, so it's you holding us back from 3800. Shill. I am not. I'm full bull on the market right now. And I couldn't hold back 3800 with my portfolio if I wanted to. I will have several hundred calls available for sale end of day Wednesday. If interested, just hit me up on the Pigeon Wheel chat. Thanks, Mike CC's head of NoPEX question counting. I love when they short GME the first day of OPEX. It's usually a good sign. It was in March. Like, GME looked bullish as fuck in March, and then they shorted it Monday, and then we ran super hard, right? If I remember correctly. March was kind of a blur for me, but I think that's what happened. Yeah, Friday we ran up super hard. Monday we ran up in the morning and then we got shorted into the afternoon. Like almost back to the like previous high. And then Tuesday we traded super flat in pre-market and then Tuesday we just took off like a rocket. In May, I think we got shorted on like Monday and Tuesday, if I remember correctly. Monday was down hard in the morning, recovered into the afternoon. Then Tuesday was down really hard, all the way into the end of the day. Then Wednesday morning we started we started moving up in after hours on Tuesday, and then we moved up really hard Wednesday morning. So none of this is out of the range of expectations. I smell a lot of internalization. I don't smell too much. They don't have to internalize them when the market's kind of flat like this. If the market starts surging up and GME stagnates, that's a good indication that they're kind of leaning on that internalization more. In your opinion, is Fubo's time frame to realize higher valuation likely accelerated due to dropping focus on betting? I think so, yeah. I also think that they may not have to lean on their shelf offer as much to get capital in the future. I like that they're focusing solely on sub growth. I was a little disappointed at first because I did like the betting aspect, but I see a path to them getting other betting providers to link in onto their platform. And I think that's pretty bullish for them actually, because then they have none of the costs and they only get the benefits. Don't lie, if you full ported into the most leveraged directional trade possible on SPX, you can make it twitch for a fraction of a second. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I could get like one really positive tick and lose 20% of my money on slippage. Did you enter your CSPs at the bottom today for BTU? Close to the bottom. I'm very, just so you guys know, and for the BTU CSPs, I am very okay with being assigned. And you should take that into account. Like, I hope I get assigned on them. Note, if we run hard, my cover call sales will be delayed a few days. I feel like March just opened and ripped faces. Well, March just looked really good into Friday, kind of like what we had this time. Like Friday was really nice on GME. But no, we were pretty flat for the first couple days before it ran. Like it looked exciting though. There was a lot of call options. We were more volatile. Volume was better. We don't really have that now. If TikTok gets banned in the US, Snapchat and Meta are gonna Snapchat, Meta, and Google are gonna rock it. Especially Google because of YouTube Shorts. Although they won't have as much competition. I don't make any shorts. I should. Oh well. I don't know how to use my phone to film things. Big deal. Girk, thanks for all the knowledge in the past year or so. You're the man. You've given me different ways of investing and actually hedging my position. Yeah, no problem, dude. Congratulations, man. I appreciate it. Are you expecting to get assigned to 20? I'm loading up if it goes to 20. I'm hoping I get assigned to 20. Like, if their earnings miss and I can get assigned on all of those, I'll be very happy. But even if I don't, I'll probably buy more at some point. I still have a price target for BTU in like the next couple of quarters, like in the 40s. So, um, I think at latest by like Q1 or Q2 reporting for next year. I'm mostly in shares, but I have a few farther dated leaps. I can't wait for us to have a hot commodities market. It's gonna be fun. What's the news? Why is TikTok on the block? I don't think it is, but the DOJ is having some sort of press conference. Gary, if you want to link it to me, I'll play it. If you want to link me the press conference, we could watch it. There's not a lot else going on today, so. You don't have to use a phone for YouTube Shorts. I think you do because they have to be in like a specific um like resolution or ratio. I tried doing it once and it was just awful. SPX not as full bull anymore, or still consolidating. I think it's just consolidating. I get your clips on YouTube Shorts. Interesting. Yeah, I don't format them for it or tag them with shorts, so I don't know how that would happen. Maybe because you're subscribed. I doubt it's TikTok, as that would be another. Trump was right on that one. They wouldn't be touting it if that were the case. Maybe. I have no idea what the announcement's gonna be. Ooh, what do you got, Dork? Wait, August what? Are these the same exact date range? Oh, this is the early August T plus 2. Like the ETF FTDs? Or is this the risk, like the de-risk? If you need material to calm the pores with. Yeah, sure, why not? So this, I think this was like the de like the risk off in early August. Like you know, Monday, Tuesday, or Friday, Monday, Tuesday. Was Weber an OPEX play? Maybe. I don't. It got kind of interesting for a little while. Like it was starting to look like it could do some stuff, and then If I remember correctly, the put position just loaded up even further out, and it kind of looked dead to me. I think I found a uranium stock I like based on their financials. Okay. UEC? I'll check that out. Yeah, I don't think I've ever looked at this one. They're very cheap. They don't make a lot of money, but they don't have a lot of debt. Their growth is nice. I mean, down a little bit in the last 2 quarters, but whose isn't? I'm not sure I'm fond of the rate they're picking up liability. Cash flow is not very good. That's kind of a risk. Hmm. Why did gross profit plunge over the last 2 quarters? Gross profit's down 3,800% in Q4. What the fuck? They lost money on goods sold? Jimmy moving up despite SPY drop, or just a leading indicator of the SPY moving up. Huh. So profit margins rocketed, but revenue tanked. What the fuck happened there? I need to dig into that more. Which this could be the end of the Head and Shoulders drop. Took a while. But we could come lower. We could come back to oh, it looks like we're gonna 775-ish. Jimmy reversing the market a little bit, yeah. But that could also just be the effect of them, offloading internalization now that the market's declining. Have you and the quants found any recent quantitative basis for hopium on any stocks? I mean, we're all pretty bullish on Upstart. We like it a lot. There's some other stuff that we've been looking at. UEC has been making a lot of acquisitions. Oh, okay. I didn't see. I can't see that when I'm just looking at their financials. They purchased the Rough Rider uranium project from Rio Tinto. Okay, that would explain it a little bit more. Ew, I don't like anything to do with Denison mining. Ooh, I mean, if they get approved for their offer, to supply the strategic uranium reserve for the U.S. Department of Energy, that's fucking huge. That's kind of almost by itself exciting. No, not DMX. Is Gaff bullish on Upstart? You know, I don't know. He didn't tell me. I know he liked how it looked. I'm sure that he enjoys the continuation of it being on Reg Show, but Gaff hates equities. I sent you one on the 1 minute chart. I know you hate it, but goddamn, I love it. All right, that looks pretty cool. Is Ja Rule bullish on Upstart? I don't know. I guess we could tweet and ask him. I didn't know Gaff was capable of being bullish. Well, to be fair, the thing he was bullish on last was Revlon, so but before that it was EPAM. It's tough. I don't know. He's 50-50 so far. 1 for 1. And then to be fair, when me and Gaff were most bullish on Revlon, Revlon ripped like a motherfucker. So thoughts on Docu? I like it. What's the price on it right now? I've been moving in kind of like a buy and hold position. It's a little. I think it's a little above my price range currently that I was targeting. Yeah, it is. Um, I like Docu below 45. I bought some below 45. Was Rev the last ever equity for Gaff? I have no idea. I don't know how much he made on it. I don't want to tell you how to do your job, but is Guybrush a good idea right now? He feels cursed. I understand. I think keeping it on the screen is the point of him is there's no superstition in the market. Right? That's just silly. If something's gonna happen, it's gonna happen, regardless of what I put on the stream. If Pelosi's husband picked up calls, we would know they would be approved for the uranium reserve. I don't know who approves that. I'd imagine the Department of Energy would approve it. So I don't know. I don't know if Pelosi's husband would be aware. He's a character from a video game, Return to Monkey Island, but I drew him as a pickle. I made enough, not what I wanted to make, and I'm still bag holding a few. I guess I'm long now. Yeah, me too. Well, I just kept rolling my profits back in and selling the 35s on the spikes. But now I've got a big fat bag of shares that I bought with those profits. And yeah, I guess I'm just long. I'm long their recovery. Which is frankly not a position I wanted to be in, but at least I can offset the loss till next year. I completely agree. There's no such thing as superstition in the market. That being said, Guybrush attracts crime, not superstition, just facts. Maybe because he's never had his own stream card. Maybe that's why, because he's been such an integral part of this stream for so long, but never received a stream card. I don't know. Just saying. A superstition has no place in the market. Play the VUP song. Sure.
I could be green, I could be red, I could be violent upside, I could be hurtful, I could be full, I could be anything you like.
I'm sorry, Jay Fresh.
I could be red, I could be violent upside, I could be hurtful, I could be full, I could be anything you like. I could be green, I could be red, I could be violent upside, I could be hurtful, I could be full, I could be anything you like. I could be green, I could be red, I could be violent upside, I could be hurtful, I could be full, I could be anything you like. Tell me how you like it. Hashtag not a cult.
Good bounce. You know what, OG rules? Maybe you shouldn't call out bounces and support and resistance levels, because every time you do, the stock immediately gets rejected. This is like the 9th time in the last 2 weeks that you've been like, oh, this is a nice setup, or it's going to get rejected here, and then it ripped. Best way to come back from negative 40% on my port with 10K to put into the effort. I would say the best way is manage your risk a little better and stop losing money before you lose the other 60% of it. If you lost that quickly, you know, you may want to consider strategies that are a little more risk averse. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help. What's the NOPEX question count at? You're gonna have to ask NOPEX, the official NOPEX question counter. I'm not sure. That was a NOPEX question, I think, so you've just added one to the count. Thanks, Gaff. Can we do a DOJ stream? If someone wants to DM me the link. I'm not going to go digging for it. I don't care that much. Justice.gov/live. I'm going to type in the URL. Starts at 1:30. Should already be started. You want to throw up a poll so I can report it, or no? It's all right. I tried to buy green pickle hats already. They didn't have them in my size. Stefan. I still don't give a fuck if you like the stream. I just say it so people will shut up and stop asking me to tell people to like the stream. People are like, like half the people in here aren't liking the stream. It's like, it's a lot. Where can we find the songs you play on stream? Anywhere? They should be on the music channel and on the Discord under pins. Okay, I'm ready for chat and politics. It's the Department of Justice. I don't know how political it's gonna be. I mean, unless they've arrested Trump, and then we'll just go to members only. OnlyFans, yeah. What if they arrested JFresh? I'd believe it. Yeah, actually. That make a lot of sense. Thanks, Celtic Mako. Is it gonna be like that time we watched a war start? That was interesting. You know, we've been through a lot of shit together. This isn't starting. Oh, they changed the start time to 1:45. Awesome. Can the DOJ please announce criminal charges against GME Shorts? Gracias. Yeah, probably not. SPX gonna break VWAP? Pontifa VWAP? I mean, no, not right now. SPX doesn't really have well, it could have a VWAP, but it doesn't. It wouldn't really be VWAP though. More like a flexible max pan. I only like the stream after you insult Popcorn Trader for the third time. Someone impersonates Koala Hugger in a Ko-Fi, or Pickle Morty by 0 DTEs with less than 0.1 delta. That's fair. Snap doing a dip right at 1:30 when DOJ was supposed to talk? Crime? I don't know. Yeah, maybe they needed to inform all the market participants ahead of time. It's true. I don't insult you. I applaud your trading style. Because I think one day you'll buy an out of the money call in, an obscene quantities with little to no time to expiration, and it'll print. Mullet tastes green, frosted tips taste like white, violent upside looks like silence, mini horses taste like purple, smell of gingers, and frolic on Carl's litter box. Bithead smells like burnt toast. That's because he keeps burning the fucking toast. But thank you so much, Fiscal Stupidity. DOJ will be interviewing Boss Blunts regarding Evergrande crisis in China. If Popcorn Trader ever gets that big print he's chasing, he'll just lose it again right after. Bad trading practices are hard to shake. You just hate me because you're jealous. For buying 30 GT calls for Jimmy, which ones make sense? Do you usually look at ones around Gamma Max? A little under and at, yeah. But I'm actually broke at my trading account for like the 7th time. Whoops. Just, do you want me to call your wife and ask her to reload it for you? He has a really good job. He just likes to gamble. Yeah. He wants to feel something, Dr. Drake. No, I'm getting a distribution check this week, baby. Nice. What are you full porting into? Have you decided yet? Have you thought about shorting Activision? Full porting into my debt? Oh, okay. Why would the DOJ be the ones to announce that archaeologists have discovered the lost city of Atlantis? Because it poses a terrorist threat. Same here. My job is awesome and easy, but I like to gamble. Fair enough. Buying calls on Baba? No. I should, but no. No, even I'm not gonna take that risk. The DOJ has found Roanoke. Oh, Jesus. I don't think anyone cares about it, Popcorn Trader. Why would the DOJ be the ones to reveal this stream is all happening in Gurk's mind? Because that's how I imagined it. Why not buy Jimmy calls in the money when compared to Gamma Max? Would it not pay more? If it moved up to Gamma Max, absolutely not. You're forgetting about the extrinsic value of options. No, I cheese grated my finger, like across the top of the nail. And I have cool colored band-aids. This one's actually not blue, it's rainbow, but I don't know if you can see the rainbow coloration. Fuck you, Carl. I did it on a microplane, so it was really sharp. It didn't hurt that bad. The DOJ is just going to announce that the reason that they tested flying a spaceship into an asteroid was because one's hurtling at us. And the world is going to come together in peaceful harmony to defeat... What? Oh, wait, no, that's Watchmen. Never mind. Don't look up. If you have a CC contract out on a stock that carries a dividend, do you still get the payment? Or you have to buy them back before the ex-dividend date? I think you still get the payment as long as they're not in the money. No, I didn't watch Dahmer because the glorification of serial killers in the media is disgusting. Giant rock heading towards Earth. Believe it or not, SPY 500. Well, yeah, I mean, imagine the amount of capital brought to bear. And announce which group of oil rig guys are responsible for saving us. I mean, it's Bruce Willis. He's not going to know where the fuck he is, but they're going to send him. If you were a lost colony, which lost colony would you be? There were so many. Probably one that didn't get murdered and just died of starvation. And no one knew who they were because they didn't turn on their GPS. The wrench by Carl's name makes me think he works on lawnmower repairs at his lunch break and gets his Tandy 3000 computer in the gas-smelled garage to stonk talk. It's possible. I don't really know if Carl's a lawnmower repairman or not. Next weeklies are up 10%. Get wrecked, nerd. Congratulations, Velvet. Name a better actor than Ben Affleck. All of them. Don't bother, you can't. I just did. Snap is finna squart. I don't give a shit. All my shares got assigned, and I made $2 per share in 2 days. It was alright. I mean, it wasn't great, but it was something to do last week. Nice. I'm in. Michael Keaton, better actor than Ben Affleck? Unfortunately. Kirk would be the Donner Party, and when they found him, he would just nod over to the remains of the party and say, those guys didn't buy enough theta. Forced cannibalism in a starvation situation, same like rolling calls. Alright. I can see it. You're always talking about Wendy's to rebuild your ports, but have you seen the stuff that happens around a Denny's? Bullish for Denny's earnings? No, I mean, dude, come on, we're better than that. No one here needs to work at a Denny's. No one's a better comedian than Robin Williams. You take that back. Oh yeah, it is 145. Let's find out what the threat to our national security is, guys. Woo. Oh look, it still hasn't fucking started yet. Why do they have to be so dramatic with it? And then they can't even fucking start it on time. This is worse than like the finale of Survivor. Like where they keep bleeding into that epic music, but then not actually announcing who gets kicked off. Broken up by 350 commercial breaks. Are you streaming OPEX? No. Breaking news: Inspector Gadget of the DOJ announces arrest of Tupac Shakur shooter after a 20-plus year joint investigation with the Hardy Boys. Maybe it's such a big deal they're just afraid to say it. That'd be cool. The threat to our national security is PowerPoint. Merrick Garland comes out to announce that he will be the next surprise contestant on Fuckboy Island on HBO Max. Today's DOJ release is brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends. National security threat alert high. Popcorn trader going to default on his debt. Oh shit! Is that why you got the Somalian legal license, or is that why you took the Somali bar and then mysteriously dropped Esquire from your name weeks later? Was the fact that Wendy's is such an economic powerhouse the reason why US poors are better off than Euro poors? Yeah. It's called edging. Takes us to the brink, then bam, commercial break. How do you feel about 0DTE 3800s at this point? I mean, there's a part of me that loves that you ask that and loves that contract. But that part of me shouldn't be trading in today's markets. That's leftover me from 2021 and it needs to die. It's gonna be about UFOs. I don't know. It's gonna be some Mar-a-Lago bullshit, isn't it? I sure hope it's TikTok though. I kind of hope it's TikTok. I was gonna pump up my ad revenues. I'm gonna start making like 15 cents more a day. You mean open borders might not be a good idea? No, you just open all the borders and let chaos run amok. Hawaiian holdings account error, so HA makes money mistake and goes up? Huh. I didn't technically take the bar, I purchased the bar. It was $20 and I got to sponsor a child pirate. Oh Jesus. You know Somalia has a stock market. You can like invest in pirates. It's illegal as fuck, but you could do it. You'll definitely go to jail. But you know, like they need like a boat or like a new motor for their boat or RPGs or something, and you can invest in that, and then you get a return on the proceeds garnered from their hijacking of commercial tankers. I don't know if they offer margin. In Boston, it's the BA exam. They don't have ours there. At least not if they're preceded by a vowel. Be right back. Time to launch the old DuckDuckGo. I heard they're launching NFTs in the Jimmy marketplace. Cartoony pirates holding AKs. Jesus Christ. How long till the Somali pirate market is tokenized and traded on FTX? Have you watched Car lately? Seems like it's running again on OPEX. I noticed. I do pay attention to it, but I never get exposure to it. I have concerns their bookkeeping may operate outside of GAAP. Whose? The Somali pirate market? It's possible. So no DOJ? I mean, it's not starting. I have it open. I hit play. It still says 145, but they haven't shown up. You guys will hear it when it starts doing things. If I was late to work as the DOJ is to this press conference on a significant national security matter, I'd get a talking to from my boss. Probably. It's related to Huawei. Ooh. DOJ says the Attorney General will address malign influence schemes and alleged criminal activity by a nation-state actor in the United States. Are we going to war with China? I better move to Twitch. It doesn't, or it shouldn't affect the market, really. It will, but it shouldn't. It's probably like all the Huawei telecom equipment that's bugged. All telecom equipment's bugged. Who cares who's listening in? If Kendra's gonna fart into his phone, does it matter if the Chinese hear it? Or does it have to be the NSA? The Chinese have aliens that they're refusing to share with the fellows at Area 51, who have made do with plastic dolls for decades, for goodness sake. How many wars are we going to watch together? We're just going to watch the collapse of modern society. I was expecting that to get philosophical. Why is it China? Of course the market's going to react. Can we just get no interference for OPEX for a change? Man, that's asking for a lot. Oh, wait. Here, I hear rustling. Oh, everybody's coming. They've crowded the podium here.
Good afternoon. I'm joined today by Deputy Attorney General Monaco, FBI Director Ray, and Assistant Attorney General Olson.
Why is his
Also
name
here are
Ray?
Assistant United States Attorneys from the Eastern District of New York and the District of New Jersey. Over the past week, the Justice Department has taken several actions to disrupt criminal activity by individuals working on behalf of the government of the People's Republic of China. As always, the defendants in these cases are presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. Earlier today, in the Eastern District of New York, a complaint was unsealed charging 2 PRC intelligence officers with attempting to obstruct, influence, and impede a criminal prosecution of a PRC-based telecommunications company. The complaint alleges that in 2019, the defendants directed an employee at a U.S. government law enforcement agency to steal confidential information about the United States criminal prosecution of the company. The defendants believed that they had recruited the U.S. employee as an asset, but in fact, the individual they recruited was actually a double agent working on behalf of the FBI. As the complaint alleges, the defendants paid a bribe to the double agent to obtain non-public
They're
information,
gonna make a movie about this
including
shit.
files from the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Eastern District. They did so in the hope of obtaining the prosecution's strategy memo, confidential information regarding witnesses, trial evidence, and potential new charges to
It
be
was a
brought against the company.
switcheroo.
The double agent provided the defendants with documents that appeared to present some of the information they sought. In fact, the documents were prepared by the U.S. government for the purpose of this investigation and did not reveal actual meetings, communications, or strategies. This was an egregious attempt by PRC intelligence officers to shield a PRC-based company from accountability and to undermine the integrity of our judicial system. Also earlier today, in the District of New Jersey, an indictment was unsealed charging 4 individuals, including 3 PRC intelligence officers, with conspiring to act in the United States as illegal agents on behalf of a foreign government. The indictment alleges that between 2008 and 2018,
Oops.
the defendants used the cover of a purported Chinese academic institute to target, co-opt, and
TCAT?
direct individuals in the United States to further the PRC's intelligence mission. Those directives included attempts to procure technology and equipment from the United States and to have it shipped to China. They also included attempts to stop protected First Amendment activities, protests here in the United States, which would have been embarrassing to the Chinese government. Separately, in the Eastern District of New York, the Justice Department charged 7 individuals who were working on behalf of the PRC with engaging in a multi-year campaign of threats and harassment to force a U.S. resident to return to China. Last Thursday, we arrested 2 of those defendants. Those activities were part of the PRC's global extra-legal effort known as Operation Foxhunt. Its purpose is to locate and bring back to China alleged fugitives who have fled to foreign countries, including the United States. The PRC has a history of targeting political dissidents and critics of the government who have sought relief and refuge in other countries. The indictment alleges that the defendants, working at the direction of the government of the PRC, engaged in a campaign of harassment, threats, surveillance, and intimidation aimed at coercing the victim to return to China. We also allege that the defendants threatened and harassed the victim's family members, both in the U.S. and in China. The PRC government forced the victim's nephew to travel from China to the United States to convey the PRC's threats to the victim's son. The defendants threatened the victim, saying that, quote, coming back and turning herself in is the only way out. They showed up at the home of the victim's son in New York. They filed frivolous lawsuits against the victim and his son and said it would be, quote, endless misery for the defendant and son to defend themselves. And they made clear that their harassment would not stop until the victim returned to China. As these cases demonstrate, the government of China sought to interfere with the rights and freedoms of individuals in the United States and to undermine our judicial system that protects those rights. They did not succeed. The Justice Department will not tolerate attempts by any foreign power to undermine the rule of law upon which our democracy is based. We will continue to fiercely protect the rights guaranteed to everyone in our country, and we will defend the integrity of our institutions. Before I turn the podium over to Deputy Attorney General Monaco, I want to recognize the FBI, the National Security Division, and the U.S. Attorney's offices for their extraordinary work on these cases. Now, Deputy Attorney General Monaco.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Attorney General. The Department of Justice will not tolerate threats from a foreign power to the rights of Americans or to our nation's institutions. As the Attorney General has laid out, the cases unsealed today take place against a backdrop of malign activity from the People's Republic of China that includes espionage, harassment, obstruction of our justice system, and unceasing efforts to steal sensitive U.S. technology. In the words of our intelligence community, China seeks to be a major power on the world stage and to challenge the United States in multiple arenas. Today's cases make clear that Chinese agents will not hesitate to break the law and to violate international norms in the process. Two of those cases, in particular, show the lengths they are willing to go in pursuit of unfair advantage. But the defendants charged today met their match in the agents, analysts, and prosecutors of the Department of Justice. According to one indictment unsealed today, 2 intelligence officers attempted, through bribery and espionage, to obstruct the federal criminal prosecution of a global telecommunications company headquartered in the PRC. The defendants attempted to bribe someone they believed was an insider to steal the prosecutor's playbook, including who the prosecutors were meeting with and what they would argue in court, all so that the company could unlawfully gain an edge and undermine the government's case. But the insider flipped the script on the defendants by working not for them, but for Team America.
I swear to God, this
The
woman's my
defendants'
8th grade
desperate
PE
efforts
teacher.
to sabotage this prosecution expose the PRC's government's commitment to tilting the playing field in favor of Chinese
I can hear her in the back of
corporations
my mind
abroad.
saying that's not
Far
presidential.
from accepting the rule of law, PRC agents sought to use bribes to help the Chinese company obstruct and evade it. This case exposes the interconnection between PRC intelligence officers and Chinese companies, and it demonstrates once again why such companies, especially in the telecommunications industry, shouldn't be trusted to securely handle
Does she have hairy
our
legs?
sensitive
I don't know if
personal
she always
data
wears snap-up
and
pants.
communications. In another matter announced today, individuals associated with the Chinese government allegedly continued its relentless campaign to gain access to our technology, recruit agents, and attempt to stifle the free exchange of ideas. According to the indictment, over a 10-year period, the defendants and others used a fake think tank to try to recruit a former federal law enforcement and state Homeland Security official and others through a variety of means, including with all expense-paid trips to China. In each case, though, the plots failed because the men and women of the Department of Justice defended our institutions and thwarted the persistent threat posed by agents of the PRC. I want to thank the agents, analysts, and prosecutors in all 3 of these cases for their tireless work on behalf of the American people. And now I'll turn the podium over to FBI Director Wray.
What's more profitable, a think tank or a church? Depends if you're trying to make money or steal money.
Well, thank you. First, let me begin by pointing out that 10 of the 13 charged individuals we're discussing today are Chinese intelligence officers and Chinese government
What's up, Ray?
officials.
Can you guys
They're
believe that this
charged in
dude
3
got in a
different
position of
cases that
power
might seem at
with the
first
last
glance
name
to be
Ray?
about unrelated issues. However, and this is something that I've been talking about for years now, each of these cases lays bare the Chinese government's flagrant violation of international laws as they work to project their authoritarian view around the world, including within our own borders. In all three of these cases, and frankly in thousands of others, we've found the Chinese government threatening established democratic norms and the rule of law as they work to undermine U.S. economic security and fundamental human rights, including those of Americans. We also see a coordinated
Bear
effort
market's
across
fake?
the Chinese government to lie, cheat, and steal their way into unfairly dominating entire technology sectors.
How could China
putting
print all that money
competing
for
US
us?
companies out of business.
Bastards.
As I've pointed out before, their economic assault and their rights violations are part of the same problem. They both flout
Guys,
the rule of law.
You thought
And
it
one
was
of the
Russia,
purposes of the Chinese government's
but it was
repression
China. China
is to
started
make it
the
easier
inflation.
to steal our innovation. They try to silence anyone who fights back against their theft, companies, politicians, individuals, just as they try to silence anyone who fights back against their other aggressions. And in our cases today, we've got yet another example, their attempted obstruction of an independent judicial process to give underhanded help to one of their companies accused of breaking our intellectual property laws and deny justice to that company's victims. Since I started as FBI director, I've been repeatedly sounding the alarm about the Chinese government's disregard for fair business practices, for international norms, and for the rule of law. The FBI has been reaching out and warning, and more importantly, helping the communities the Chinese government targets. Businesses of every size and in almost every sector, from agriculture to green tech to semiconductors, the Chinese American community, academia and state and local governments, and our foreign partners around the world. Today, every one of those partners is awake and alert to that threat in a way that just wasn't always true 5 years ago. And our success bringing more and more partners to this fight highlights something else important. Beijing may think our adherence to the rule of law is a weakness, but they're wrong. We're disrupting Chinese government criminality and aggression not just while adhering to our values, but by adhering to our values. Our democratic and legal processes arm us with weapons that China doesn't have. Among others, real partners.
Like a
and
slow
allies.
and inefficient
And our
government?
partnerships help protect the American people every day. Today's cases are no different. We couldn't have accomplished this work without our foreign partners and the U.S. academic community in particular. One reason we've had so much success bringing partners to this fight against the Chinese government's aggression is that they see through Beijing's hypocrisy. For example, they see the type of CCP hypocrisy on display in our fox hunt case today, yet another case where the Chinese government officials and co-conspirators mercilessly harassed a naturalized U.S. citizen to try to force him to return to China against his will. They accused the victim in this case of embezzling money, but two of the subjects who targeted him, two of the defendants charged today, are themselves actually involved in a scheme to launder millions of dollars. And as if that weren't enough evidence that the real purpose of their operation was political, they gave their victim a deadline to return by, the 20th CCP Congress earlier this month. They're focused on repression, not law enforcement. But our partners also see the CCP's broader hypocrisy, the fact that while the CCP claims to stand for sovereignty and non-interference in other states' affairs, what the Chinese government actually does is interfere with sovereign governments around the world whenever doing so suits Beijing. Here, interfering with our independent judiciary, violating both our sovereignty and the norms of police conduct to run lawless intimidation campaigns here in our backyard, and corrupting our academic freedom to further their campaign of repression and theft.
Shouldn't have released that fucking economic
data,
guys.
The FBI is going to continue to say what we mean and mean what we say. So our partners, both here and abroad, many of whom tell us they're battling Chinese aggression themselves,
You're not really
know they can
responsible
depend
for
on
anything
us
that happens abroad.
against the Chinese government and countless other dangers. Finally, let me urge any person or company being targeted or approached by the Chinese government to come to the FBI for help. No American citizen, resident, company, or university should battle this threat alone, and you don't have to. You can report information through your local FBI field office or online at fbi.gov, and know that our quarrel is with the Chinese government, the Chinese Communist Party, not the Chinese people, and certainly not Chinese Americans. I want to congratulate all the FBI special agents, intelligence analysts, and professional staff who have worked on these cases, as well as our partners at CBP and the IRS. I also want to take the opportunity to specifically thank the government employee who played such a critical role in the obstruction of justice case. You know, we employ double agents.
You guys better get on
in our counterintelligence
FBI.gov
operations
before
against
Super
the
Stonk
PRC
does.
services and other foreign threats. And given the nature of that work, we very rarely get a chance to publicly thank them. So I am delighted to have that chance today. Thank you.
Well, now I really hope OPEX works out. Because otherwise I'm going to end up at a
Good
fucking
afternoon.
FBI black site.
These three cases highlight once again the threat that individuals acting at the direction of the PRC government pose to our institutions and to the rights of people inside the United States. These operations include
like this guy.
the harassment and attempted repatriation by force of individuals living in the United States, the effort to corrupt our judicial system, and the attempt to recruit agents for the PRC
He's got a
under the
crooked
cover
everything.
of a phony academic organization. We will not tolerate these actions. The National Security Division, which I am privileged to lead, was created to take on our most significant national security threats. These cases reflect the breadth and the persistence of hostile nation-state activity. These actions threaten our sovereignty, and they threaten the rule of law, and countering
keep
these
doing
threats
that?
is a cornerstone of the mission of the National Security Division. Our success in disrupting these threats depends on our strong partnerships with the U.S. Attorney's offices, with the FBI, and with the U.S. intelligence community. So I want to take this opportunity to recognize the exemplary work of the U.S. Attorney's offices that made these cases possible. First, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of New York, that's led by Breon
He's the
Peace.
Assistant U.S.
And I want
Attorney
to thank
General.
Assistant U.S. Attorney Alex Solomon, who is with me here on stage, AUSA's Meredith Arfa and Antoinette Rangel, as well as National Security Division Trial Attorney Scott Claffey. I also want to recognize
Everything
Philip
about this guy is
Selinger, the U.S.
askew,
Attorney for the District
and
of
it's
New
driving
Jersey.
me insane.
We are
Like, who
grateful
prepped
for
him?
the work of Assistant U.S. Attorneys Brendan Day, who is also here, and Joyce Malliette. Along with the FBI and the National Security Division, these offices and the attorneys in these offices are on the front lines every day, working to defend our national security and to deliver justice on behalf of the American people.
Like, did
Thank
you just
you.
like wake him up for this meeting? And he's like kicking out, like wrapping up a 3-day coke bender.
Okay, in that case, we're ready for some questions.
Oh, this guy's way happier now.
Thank you.
Who's that guy?
I was hoping one of you, maybe the FBI director, could talk a little bit about the timing of this announcement coming at the end of the party Congress and the beginning of Xi's third term, and whether what kind of a signal it is intended to send to China at this delicate political time.
He's the embodiment
And then
of
Attorney General, I have a
asymmetric
question for you as
risk.
well about another large company. Okay, all right. Make sure you come back to me, please.
So we bring cases when they're ready, and that's probably the simplest answer and most straightforward answer to that. As far as what signal they send, if the Chinese government, the Chinese Communist Party, continues to violate our laws, they're going to keep encountering the FBI.
All right, I'm back.
With regard to another large company, a judge on Friday said that the families who were victims of the Boeing 737 MAX crash have standing to challenge the settlement in that case as crime victims. And I just am wondering if DOJ leadership is worried about the Boeing settlement, that it could be vacated now because prosecutors seemingly violated the crime victims' rights.
It's a matter, obviously, from the question, part of ongoing litigation, so I'm just not going to be able to answer it.
First question for the FBI director, and then I have one for
I
the
think they
Attorney
thought there was like rumors
Director Ray,
that
given the brazen nature
TikTok
of
was
these
gonna be
allegations, I was wondering
banned.
if you could give us an update on the level of activity you see from the PRC in terms of the number of open cases that you have at any given moment, and what this says about the potential for the midterms in terms of Chinese manipulation and/or the Russians as well.
Well, as far as the brazenness of the Chinese government's threat, these cases, I think, are part and parcel of a broader effort that we're seeing and have seen for some time. I think I recently commented that when I last looked, we were opening a new China counterintelligence investigation about every 12 hours. And it's about
Kirk started the
1,300%
TikTok
increase
rumor.
from
I did not.
several years ago.
How would I be
As far as
advantaged
the election
with that?
itself,
I don't have any positions
the
that are
threat
exposed to
of
that.
any nation state to our election system, to influence, to interfere, is something that we have to all remain vigilant about.
I don't think.
In many ways, malign foreign influence, whether it's from the Chinese government, the Russian government, or other governments, is not just an election cycle issue, but a 365-day-a-year problem. And that's why we created the
don't
Foreign
own
Influence
Snap. I
Task
got
Force
assigned on Friday.
several years ago, and that's why we work so closely with our partners. in the
Okay,
intelligence
dude, what would
community,
Gherk do? I'm thinking
with,
I'm gonna
the
sell this
Department of Homeland
bitch end of
Security,
day.
and in particular
I've got
with
3750C
state and
bought
local
last
election
Friday,
officials,
expiration
which, of
this
course,
Friday.
as you know,
It's
is
up
where the
bigly since it's in the money.
responsibility for,
Would you hold that like a
primary
stud
responsibility for
overnight
the
or take
integrity of our election
profits?
systems
What
lies.
say you?
General Garland,
I don't know, man. It looks like
Given
we're
the nature
hurtling
of
towards some
Mar-a-Lago
very risky
investigation, I was wondering,
overnight
can you
situations.
guarantee to the American public when the investigation is complete, that there will be
That's tough.
transparency so the country writ large will know?
I don't have any
whether there
expiring
were
this week. I have
criminal offenses
3700s
took
that are in the
place or
money,
not?
but I got time on them.
Look,
I'd
this
at
is
least
an
see what
ongoing
happens
investigation,
today.
so I'm really not able to comment on it. We speak through our filings and through the cases we bring. That's the only way we speak.
I have a question about this particular case, and it's for anyone. I assume, first of all, that these two individuals in the first case and the EY case are not in custody. Is there any prospect of getting them into custody?
Shut the fuck up, Martin
secondly,
LaFlang.
is there any sort of suggestion that Huawei was connected in any way to these two individuals in terms of inducing their behavior or being aware of their behavior?
I'm going to give Mr. Solomon a chance to answer these questions.
He could buy a protective
We're not
pit.
going to
He
comment
could.
on the identity of the company involved in the first charging instrument. And we are always interested in apprehending individuals who violate our laws and who are named in charging instruments.
But even without
Who the fuck is this guy?
is there any allegation that they were aware or participants or cognizant of this?
There's an allegation that
That's
one of the
racist.
officers in the complaint refers to directions from the company to arrange a meeting, which the officer refuses.
Attorney General Garland, this is midterms related. Have you been 15 days out? We're getting closer.
When you start a question like that, you pretty much know what my answer is going to be, don't you?
There have been concerns about...
No, I'm just like weirded out because this guy
armed,
came out of nowhere.
armed
He's the
at
only
polling
person on stage who
places
hasn't
in
spoken.
Arizona,
And then he pops in. He's
Houston, Harris
like,
County,
"No, fuck
asking
you, not that
for
question."
DOJ's help.
And then just
Are you
goes back to
concerned about what
standing
you're
on the
seeing
sidelines,
this
like-
far out, and will the Department of Justice get involved?
The Justice Department has an obligation to prevent, to guarantee a free and fair vote by everyone who's qualified to vote, and will not permit voters to be intimidated.
Quick China question, if I could ask. Was it a mistake to get rid of the China initiative?
So I think as these cases make quite clear, we are unrelenting in our efforts to prevent the government of China from economic espionage, from operating in the United States as foreign agents, from trying to affect our rule of law, our judicial system, from trying to target and recruit Americans to help them. I'm going to let Mr. Olson say more about the China initiative, but I think this case should be very clear that we have not in any way
shoved a
changed
stick
our
up
focus
Ray's
on
ass?
those kind of behaviors by China.
So as the Attorney General said, we have stayed very focused on the threat that the PRC poses to our values, to our institutions. We speak through our cases, and we speak through those cases today. And I think what we are charging today in terms of the range and persistence of the threat we see from the PRC demonstrates
I don't
that
trust
we
this
have
fucking
remained
guy at all.
relentless and
He's
focused on that
shifty.
threat, and we will continue to be focused on that threat going forward.
You just got rid of it in name, essentially?
So we ended the China initiative earlier this year after a lengthy review and adopted a broader strategy focused on the range of threats that we face from a variety of nation states, and that's the strategy we're carrying forward.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank
Have
you.
a good day.
Thank you.
I thought that too. I thought half his face was paralyzed initially, but then he kept moving the side of his face that should have been paralyzed. I was like, oh, maybe he had a stroke or something. No. The side kept switching. And it might be my imagination, but I feel like his tie kept switching sides too. Does this affect OPEX? I don't think so. I want to know who the fuck that one guy was. They didn't give him like a little name bubble or anything. The fallout will be Taiwan. Well, not yet. This seems like the US is making a case for the... They're trying to make a case for the... I don't even know what you'd call it. How does one get rid of a treasury? Like, oh, China's market's failing. We're cutting their treasuries off. You guys should have done better. Yeah, Ray Dalio went full cash on the dip, though. So, you know. Well, that was interesting, at least. You know, I'm almost bullish on Chinese companies that they would take such extraordinary steps to protect their profitability and increase their revenue into the future. Like, I kind of want to go long right now. Although, now, like I said, now I'm afraid I'll end up on like an FBI black side if I do. So, oh well. Is 150 a strong resistance for Apple? Yeah. What's your take on those weird volume spikes? I think everyone got bullish on the meeting. Like, Super Stock was like, this is it. All the truth is going to be uncovered. It was like Bill Huang or whatever. But Bill Huang's Korean, so, you know, that actually, you know, that would be fitting. China icon coincidence. Well played, sir. Officer, some guy. I am a foreign venture capitalist interested in the secret formulas for ketchup, mustard, and relish. We'll pay you great sums of money and take you to our headquarters in China for your help. Please consider our offer carefully, very carefully. Goodbye. Yeah, I'll pass. Thanks for it, though. Thanks for the offer. No, a bunch of them just buy through IEX on Fidelity and then transfer into computer share. Had to get the kid what happened. We've exposed Chinese People's Communist Republic espionage ring operating in the United States. All of a sudden, just unsealed the documents today. U.S. companies have a budget for corporate espionage. They just don't call it that, you know. It's like pizza party budget or whatever. You know, that's what they file it under. Does this mean Neo has a lot of downside room? When Larry makes you put mustard on your body, does he put you in a hot dog bun costume and put white on you like the mayo? Well, it's more like an LA street dog, right? It's, you know, I put on the bacon, the onion, and the jalapeno, and then he adds the mayo, ketchup, and mustard. And then we dance around in front of Kenny, and he gets upset. Standing there with their white... Bill Huang is South Korean. And he grew up here. He went to, like, UCLA. Do you have SPX? Oh, yeah. Jimmy looking better for OPEXes. Opexities. Or Decoctopex? What did we settle on? Decoctopexities? Was Hercules the best you ever trained? No. He couldn't keep his head in the game. He kept following his heart. Bro, how will all the American manufacturers in China come out of this? Apple, Tesla, etc. Oh, they're fucked, right? But not yet. Not until SPY crosses 3,800. Then I don't give a shit. What's the next resistance level if cap breaks 200? Almost immediately at 203. There's historically a fairly strong resistance there. It gets dragged back to puts that come in at 200. The SPY crossed 3,800. I'll be a billionaire. Oh, SPX, sorry. Time to give up on Upstart? Why? I mean, I've got calls for like 3 months from now. I don't understand why I'd give up on it. Cat at 203 is usually where I get burned. Yeah, it's a tricky resistance. Looks through the U.S. recent chip manufacturing policies and U.S. poking the Pooh Bear. Things could get weird soon. Yeah, I think so. There are Chinese police stations that are working in the U.S. Where? Show me. From now on, I'm no longer calling people shills. I'm calling them Chinese spies. Oh, God. I really wish the internet didn't exist some days. If DTCC did handle the split wrong and GameStop is okay with it, shouldn't SS call the cops on GameStop? What? Fair enough, Saman. I'll take it back. What's Jimmy doing? 7 big volume candles during the report, then sleepy again? Yeah. You know what might make you feel better about the internet? Buying 3,800 zero DTEs. Maybe. Starbucks had a big chunk of business with China. Do you think they will be affected by this? I work there and have some shares vesting next month. I don't know how much more value Starbucks shares could lose. But outside of like their supplies, do they have any big business with China? I don't really know how much exposure they have there. I mean, I'm sure most of their manufacturing for like cups and cup sleeves is probably done there. This is don't send me articles from the New York Post. We've been over this. That's not a real newspaper. It's like the Sun. There's no journalistic integrity at the New York Post, and there never has been. Where else are you gonna find out about the aliens? The Inquirer? Double agent. Do you think there's journalistic integrity at the Times? No. But the Post just like makes shit up. At least the Times like cites their fucking articles. I think he's just deleting any politically charged statements. What are you up to, Fluffy? Yeah. Oh, Fluffiosa is here? Cringe. Thanks, Trash. I'm sure he'll be happy to hear that. Starbucks expects to have 9,000 stores in China by 2025. Currently have around 5,000. The US are at around 15,000 stores. The new CEO is specifically picked to develop Starbucks International. Well, it's not fucked yet. Oh, rough. That's shitty, poker. People talk about something different and people bring in something political for no reason. I'll delete it. Big whoop, want to fight about it? They probably do. See, it's a good thing I just let you guys handle the political shit, because if I started getting on him, it wouldn't be good. I don't like either political party. You just had to look at you guys. You just had to say. Are we just deleting messages that just say something political? I am not a Republican. I am not a Democrat either. I'm also not a libertarian. I think they're all stupid. Kirk is a neoclassical federalist. You're saying the problem with the two-party system is it's a two-party system? Oh, yeah. It just polarizes everything. My wife is currently at Tuesday morning. OPEX confirmed. Oh, nice. Kirk is a put-colitarian. Who would be Girk's running mate for 2024? I mean, J-Fresh? Maybe Carl. I would have to pull them first. Spy doing stuff? Trying to. It's making moves. If journalistic integrity is what you're in the market for, check out the Dan's weekly newsletter. Be sure to read the weekly gossip column, Dumpsters and Stuff, and our new romance section. Oh, nice. Yeah, there you go. What make him Girk make America great again? Oh, I don't like democracy. It's dumb. People's opinions are bad. They're stupid. Girk, I did it. Congratulations, Barry. 3,800 is here, guys. We had Chinese spies, we had market crashes. Ray Dalio sold his port at the bottom. And here we are. Kings of the world. Princes of the market. I'm so proud of all of you. And it's gone. But for that one moment, we had it. Hispanic sold at 230 though. Grizz, hey guys, like the stream, it really helps. Or don't. I don't care. I don't care who your running mate is. I just want to be Secretary of the Arts. All right. But who's up for Poet Laureate? Did you see that big December 16th put order at 1434.29? No. How far out of the money is it? Can it be me? I have an actual MFA in poetry. It can be anybody but you. Mostly just because you spent your time getting a master's in poetry. No other reason. Forget liking the stream. I haven't seen you sell fractional shares on stream recently. Better start plugging WeBull so you can be an actual shill. It's not worth it. It's more trouble for me to sell the fractional shares from my phone than it is worth to sell them. Yes, that's what I want to say. Shids and Fords, PhD. No, he's definitely not a PhD. Roses are red and shit. Violets are blue and shit. Fuck you all. Beautifully put, Carl. I think you might be nominated. Can I be your national security advisor? No, you're far too paranoid, dork. I got fellowships. I got paid to get the degree. Yeah, but what about after? I don't care what position Kendra has put in. I just want to tune in for all of his press conferences. Secretary of State, without a doubt. The scandals would be phenomenal. Sure, Stefan. I was here with the rest of us doctors, lawyers, and mathematicians. We've consolidated all the intelligence on the internet, and things don't look good. I never finished my master's thesis. Can I be in the SEC? Sounds about appropriate. Okay. When buying an overnight protective put, do you lose money by buying a weekly or a put with more theta? The plan is to sell it in the first hour. Your initial capital, well, your risk is you're going to lose some money to theta, but after the money the theta is lost, the weekly is better. And we're back. Full bull. Oh, CRISPR? I fucking love CRISPR. That's the stock you buy if you want to be part of the elite ruling class that never dies in the future. I own some. Poet laureate application. Roses are red. Kendra's behind you. Now the Dans are all covered in white. Jesus. You're so weird, Stefan. I don't know on those puts. They're in your DMs. Oh, they're just super far out of the money. Yeah, those are fine. After November 4th. I thought they'd be closer to the money. I wouldn't worry about those too much right now. They might just be sold. Yeah, they could be sold. Although the November 18 3350 is, it's saying sold last. They're not huge positions, so don't worry about it too much. I expected the market ripping was going to have more of a positive effect on GME and Upstart. Well, not yet if they're going to internalize today and cover tomorrow. It's fine, right? If it runs, it runs. I'm a government attorney with campaign experience. I want to be the head of the National Endowment for the Arts. Listen, I'm not recruiting my staff yet. I'll let everyone know when the time comes. Make Stefan the Fed chair? Never. cat getting some parabolic action. Well, yeah, it's a good stack. 3,800 or 3,850 was your SPX call for the next few weeks. Does hitting this early mean your target rises? If I see positioning to the upside, yes. Otherwise, no. And we'll have to wait on that. Boguth GME weekly calls now. Let's go OPEX Tuesday. You bought? Oh, Jesus. How can you tell if Upstart or Fubo are getting internalized? I think they might be getting internalized. How do I scalp row for the Fed rate hike? Go to Tesla, find the highest strike with the most OI on the call side. Buy an obscene amount of it, and then wait for the hike. Imagine Stefan calming inflation. This looks like a reverse rounded bottom breakout. It'll go down soon. You know, wet works means murdering and stuff. It's not sex. I had 3650C for tomorrow. Isn't it worth it to spend 1500 on a 3780p to lock in profit if I expect much more than $15 SPX upward move overnight? I mean, yeah, you can buy a put to protect your position. I'm sort of an expert, sort of a subject matter expert in Call of Duty. Can I be chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff? Sure. Yeah, that seems good. What's your KDA? For serious on Tesla? I mean, it's you don't have the money to make money doing that. But yeah, I mean, a federal fund rate increase will increase like the risk-free rate, and then the price of the calls will go up. I conflicted, Gurk. If Stefan's starting up a rival political party, don't worry. That's not something to be concerned about. GME Ivy going up. A little. It went up more on that little buy-in back there. The pickle is in the pocket. I repeat, the pickle is in the pocket. I play StarCraft. With me as co-chair, he can snap and tap enemies while I help by macroing up and gathering minerals to help build our army. Perfect. I was a cabinet member during Clinton's administration. Can I be a page? I don't know if we want any ties to former political parties. Has anybody ever told the other person in a presidential debate to go fuck themselves? Because I'd run just for the opportunity to say that. I'm Monica Lewinsky. Can I be your office secretary? No thanks. We prefer to train on the job. Be the change you want to see in the world. Is everyone totally okay with me dismantling our current system of government and replacing it with whatever the fuck I feel like that day? If everyone is, then I'll run. I'll give it a shot. We got enough signatures in here, right? 100%? All right, cool. Anything but this. Only if you rock the mullet. Forgetting that's just gonna lead to a breakdown in international relations. Stop appealing to my ego. Will you be running your real name or gherkin it? Who said my real name isn't gherkin it? Who will be your vice president? J-Fresh. I need the people to know who to inverse. I'd imagine that the White House comes equipped with a meat slicer. Gherkin is a traditional Dutch name, very real. Cool. I'm just gonna run on the platform of instant settlement and more money for schools. All the money to the schools. Because the schools will need it if everyone expects to pass the exams. Gherkin Vespucci Assad is his real name. Schools self-fundraising by selling cash secure puts and covered calls with their budgets. That's someone's job. What song? What song was I supposed to play? Yeah, you know what? If I'm running for president and I say instant settlement, I'll definitely get assassinated. You make a good point. I'll just sneak it in on the back end of like some like pharma reform bill. Don't worry, I got you guys. I can't wait to see my campaign posters. It's just me smiling with my VWAP hat on. I'll say like Gherk 2028. Trust me, bro. Why would I wear a shirt? You know the ETFs have not updated their post-Jimmy split share amount. Does this possibly mean that they still have ETF obligations from the split to cover? It possibly does. When do you turn 35? I don't know. Sometime. I'll be old enough. Probably. I think I was born here, so I think I'm good on all that stuff. Holding a duck? Don't get trash turned up, alright? Campaign slogan, T+2 no more. Why is VIX climbing with the SPY? Because the market's fake. God damn it. See, trash herd. Should be 35 by 2028. Yeah, right, that'll be fine. He has a fake green card from when he left China. He's good, guys. Will you change anything at the SEC as president? No. Probably not. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'll renew their prescription of Pornhub. We'll see. If I can squeeze it into the budget. Can we take a moment to acknowledge the fact that car is up 16% today? Congratulations, Terran for Hire. It's finally happening. He would advocate for a fresh start by removing all the current rules and regulations on the market. Yeah, and then they would be gone forever. You know, everyone always says they want free markets. I want everyone to find out what those are really like. Because they don't exist anywhere in the world. It's like a unicorn. Will the Long Island House be the new Camp David? No. It'll be the Museum of Natural History. I want to see if everything comes to life at night. The Somali Stock Exchange? Well, it's not a free market, right? Because participation in it could be considered a terrorist act. Everyone gets relisted because there's no reporting requirements. Then you gotta see which company you really believe in, right? Because they're all gonna come out and just lie. They're gonna be like, yeah, our company's the best. We make billions of dollars. They're gonna be like, well, can you show me proof? And they'll be like, no, absolutely not. We don't have to do that. It's gonna be really cool. As president, you can declare everyday OPEX, so you never have to answer that question again. Well, no, I mean, I would just ensure that all options expire the day they're bought. The market would have so much volume. I read that heating oil in the Northeast is going to be in shortage this winter. You should buy futures to hedge. I'll just let the pipes freeze. I don't even care at this point. I'll think about it. We need blockchain stocks and what voting? Hold up. Is there going to be extra voting after the initial vote? Haven't lived until you funded a warlord. Have you sold your SPX calls? No. I have stops on them though. My Jimmy calls are not red and OPEX hasn't started. Is this what buying at the right time feels like? Yes, actually. It's nice. It's a good feeling. It feels like you haven't lost yet, but you're still losing. And that's awesome. What am I going to eat today? I need to pick a food out. Oh. I'm going to order something. I don't want to cook. Even if I wanted to cook, I'm not sure I have any food here. What to do? Oh, look, right when I said that, DoorDash gave me a notification. How convenient. Thank you, DoorDash. And Uber Eats. Amazing. Well, now who's offering me the better deal? That's the question. They're competing with each other. Uber Eats wants to give me 3 months of premium for free, but DoorDash wants to give me $5 off my next order. Well, that's an easy choice. Try again, Uber Eats. Puts on Uber, guys? No subtle advertising. You'll take money from anyone, won't you? Oh, shut up, Google. I made 3 Gs on spy calls, SPX calls today. Thanks, Senpai. Congratulations, Chaku. That's awesome, man. Suggestions for next School of Stock episode. Risk Management 101. Don't lose money. It's not really that hard of a lesson. Just keep that sentence in the forefront of your mind. I mean, I don't like DoorDash either. All of these companies are fucking just awful. But I also don't like leaving my apartment unless I have to. So, you know. Or you don't. Risk management strategies? You know what I mean. No? Buy puts? Buy puts, same like hedge call? I mean, you can set up an algorithm to delta hedge all your positions. I think you should get some Mexican food tonight. You know, New York City doesn't really have very good Mexican food. I don't know why. It just doesn't. Is that thing you do with option strat where you make your position really bland and uninspiring? Yeah. That is actually dork. What happened to Zakir and his wife? Well, after the storms of 2022, they were out of contact for a while. But they're still around. Any good Kubita spots? Not in New York, I don't think. Or at least, if there are, I'm not aware of them. How's his price action looking for OPEX? Pretty good, right? And Jimmy's doing not flat or downs. So market's doing big ups. Souvlaki or a whole Greek roasted chicken. No, I don't want to go to Queens. Yeah, but it's none of it's actually Mexican food. I don't think there's any good Mexican food in New Jersey either. I'm so hungry. You know what really pisses me off? All these like ghost restaurants where they don't like. Now I have to like Google every fucking restaurant on the list to make sure they're real and not like made in someone's fucking kitchen. Calexico is pretty good. I've been there. It's not bad. I mean, it's a little like run of the mill, but it's okay. There's only 8 good Mexican restaurants a mile. Go fuck yourself, turd. Oh, I didn't. Oh. Was the price movement pre-OPEX behavior? Define pre-OPEX behavior. Pre-OPEX behavior is not up. And then OPEX is up bigly. So what's up, plumber poopy hands? I've never eaten food in New Mexico. I've only ever been in that state for like 3 hours. Hmm. Man, none of this looks very good. Eh. Oh, 38.10. At this rate, do you see this trend market continuing? So tomorrow or a pullback? I mean, at this rate, I have enough profits that I really need to protect them. So I'm going to do that. I moved to ABQ to save money. Big regrets. Yeah, I can see that. Jimmy to 80 in after hours. Oh, it might run in after hours. That'd be interesting. Havag there. Kubita doesn't look like shit. I'll check it out. I haven't really found a lot of like good Persian food in New York. It's not from my homeland. It's delicious, but it's not from my homeland. After you sell your SPX 3800 calls, what are you getting into after that pertaining to the SPX? I might look for a pullback in the later part of this week, and then if I see positioning I like, I might be targeting like the 41 or 4200 range. Is there any relevance to the gap between SPX and ES futures getting smaller? Well, they're getting closer. Futures start and then they become one. Because, you know, we are constantly hurtling into the future. Like time travelers, but real slow. Thank you. No one else can match your grandma's cooking. I know. And it's not because of the love. It's because it was just really good. True or false? SPY equals training wheels for the SPX. False. Can you write an activist letter to the board of Upstart to start this thing already? I'd have to buy several $billion more shares. Does the future come to you, or do you go to the future? It's a flat circle. If you have in the money SPX 0 DTEs, is there a reason to let them go to end of day for cash settlement, or just sell before close? I mean, you don't have to worry about the spread if you go into cash settlement. So if the spread is like disadvantageous, then you know you can just take them into close. Traveling into the future at the blazing speed of 1 second per second. Exactly. Are there any books that you could recommend that teach how to trade the SPX specifically? No? Trading SPX same like trading everything else. Upstart weekly puts coming in as the SPY goes up. These shorts, man. Yeah. Seriously. No, I don't want a cheesesteak. Right? No. That sounds morbid. Trading SPX same like trading everything within SPX simultaneously. Well, sort of, yeah. There's a part of me that wants to try these Korean hot dogs. But I don't want to feel sick for the rest of the day. Turkish food? No. Hmm. Buy a Korean chopped cheese. What's that? What differentiates it from the disgusting sandwich other people eat? I heard Trade Trades has a bath salt recipe that really improves SPX trading. I saw part of his options video. That was the stupidest shit I've ever seen in my life. Like, how do people believe that he knows what he's talking about? Who's sitting there, like, writing that down? I've never seen less confidence in a delivery. At least not since Kendra sent me that special DoorDash. What's the most money you spent on a date? $5,000. I think. Yeah, it was roughly $5,000. No, it was a date. I didn't even get laid. What happens on a $5,000 date? You go to a $1,200 dinner, and then you spend $3,000 on a table at a club, and then a cab. It's really not that much. I'm not gonna sleep with Tijuana hookers. I've told you, it takes away the game. What's the point of playing? I don't buy options on flat stocks. Spent all the money on Himalayan salt. You spent 20% equivalent of your starting capital for trading on a date that you didn't get laid on. Bruh. What? Do you go on dates with people and you always want to sleep with them? Sometimes they're awful, right? You're like, ah, wow, this person's terrible. $5K? That could have been $50K in SPX profits. I don't know about that. Maybe over time. Well, I wanted to go to the restaurant, and I didn't know the club was going to cost so much. Maybe I'll get sushi. Delivered sushi? It just doesn't feel right, you know? Well, no, the catfishing date was free, actually. Is there a service that tells me what stock to buy and when to buy just to get a dividend? I want to rinse and repeat this with 5% plus dividend stocks. Probably. I don't know what it is, but that sounds awful. General relativity and rotating reference frames is odd. Did you not even know if you liked them? Well, that's why I went on the date, to find out. Why no second date? So her ex-boyfriend was at the club that we went to, and things got weird, so I just like paid the bill and left. I don't want to get wrapped up in their drama. I don't know if I was a rebound. On what planet does the table at a club cost 3K, honestly? I don't think the table costs 3K, but you have to buy like bottles and all the drinks are like $35. I got pretty shitty. No, they didn't make out. They were like fighting and yelling at each other. Being a rebound is the easiest way to get laid. Probably. I'm down to hit the clubs, but I have to be home by 8. Well, I'll just take your wife instead, because she said she doesn't have to be home at all. Carl. And that way we don't break your curfew. Your self-imposed curfew. We'll all end up in the same place at the end, right? God, what a woman. Any girl who wouldn't sleep with you after spending 5K on her is not someone you'd want to get into a long-term relationship. I didn't want to sleep with her, first off, and paying for a date does not obligate someone to sleep with me. What like cave are you crawling out of, man? I've really got to stop insulting the people who pay me money every month. Oh wait, then nobody would pay me money every month. I missed Sunday streams. I was busy getting broken up with. Girlfriend of 8 years. Fuck her. On and off for the last 2, so almost 10. Well, now it's off. Can I have a hug? Yeah, absolutely, man. We got your back. I need advice on how to be single. Make money. Fuck bitches. Respectfully. Please clip what? Oh. Can't you clip it? It was short. Just clip it yourself. That's what the clip button's for. Go nuts. I'm paper handing my status. Thank you, Tom Pigeonwell #1. You wouldn't want to end up shamed publicly like fucking Velvet Jupiter aka Hazy, aka at Paper-Handed Bitch. Is this shorting? Where? I liked the bit today when Upstart was internalized. You might have missed it. It wasn't that long. Can we get a booking Dix update on GME? Boofing. Yeah, I mean, after market closes when the PMI data is out. Seafood? I don't want to have seafood delivered. Maybe I will go with sushi. Sushi sounds pretty good. What do we got? Sushi. Not what their fucking sushi looks like in real life. Are you protecting your profits by buying or selling? By selling or buying puts? You'd be selling calls or buying puts. I'll probably just buy puts. It's easier. Have there been any interesting option moves on GME today? I won't know until tonight. The flow, like the options flow looks pretty good so far. He's still doing overnight straddles on SPX. I mean, I did until into today. Tonight's not really a straddle. I'm just gonna hedge the downside a little bit. Garrick, last time I went boofing, it was at Golden Corral. Nice. I hope you didn't wash your hands. If VIX is still climbing, does that mean we still have large sum of puts that haven't capitulated yet? Or volatility in the market remains high? Are you gonna hold your SPX calls? Fuck yeah, they don't expire till November 18th. Well, my 3700s expire on the 4th, but the 3800s don't expire till the 18th. About to 500k and 2050 puts on Upstart for this week bought so far. Yeah, they're really trying to short the shit out of it. With weeklies. And it's not just the 2050 strike. They've bought a bunch of them. There's a very large amount of November 18 $25 puts bought. Sold? Oh, those might be sold. Hold on. That'd be kind of bullish. Interesting. Hmm. Going short SPY at 280? No, that sounds awful. Unless you're buying like 2 years of theta. Well, no, the seafood place is kind of far, and the sushi place is like right around the corner. I did think about ramen, but I don't like having it delivered because then I just have to cook soup at home. Remember to lower volume after the DOJ thing. Everything else is loud now. Thanks for the reminder. What's the deal with the prime minister job? Do we each get to take a turn at it? Seems like it. It seems like the British government has resorted to a kind of a revolving door policy with their prime ministers where, um, you know, someone lays claim to the office until someone else steps up and takes it from them. It seems like a great system of government. You just wait till you find one you like. Like, you're prime minister today, you know, and then see what happens. OPEX, when we run on Tuesdays, has there been any sort of pattern for the time of day that we run? Not really. It's usually like, it usually starts in the afternoon, but sometimes it just starts right at open. Did you buy Tesla calls earlier? A few. I don't have a lot of exposure to the upside on Tesla. But I picked up a couple on one of the dips. Well, I just had an order in. I'm not even sure what I filled at actually. I can take a look. It looks like filled at around $204 on 210s. I should probably just sell those. Or China does something tonight. Does Upstart have any similarities to 2020 GME as far as reg show fails, etc.? Yeah, the rate of failures is increasing very, very steadily, and it's remaining on reg show. So there actually are some similarities, but that's kind of where they end, right? Like you don't have that bullish momentum on Upstart that you did on GME. So I mean, the shorts will get pressured, but maybe not as much. Although if it runs on reg show, like a big run, that'll attract a lot of attention. And then if it stays on reg show after the run, that's super fucking bullish. Hmm. Sorry, 1 second. Nope, that looks terrible. Ah. I had to go watch the trade shades options video for myself. I made it as far as you gotta slap the ask, because I mean, who doesn't love slapping ass? Am I right? Yeah, I love how Trade Trades recommends buying options at the ask. Is Stefan talking about how he picked up his copy of the game in college and how he utilized it to have sex with girls without telling them about his topiary addiction? I'm missing like part of this conversation. Jesus Christ, yeah, it's only Monday, people. 3 women have never dated you at once, Stefan. You run on the beach barefoot every morning. He hasn't name dropped it explicitly. Remember when YouTube collaborations used to be a thing? Yeah, but then I realized I didn't like any of them. I don't want to collaborate with people because then I'm like linked to them by social sentiment, and then they do something stupid and I get asked questions about it. I feel you on the calibrating your emotional IQ. It makes a lot of sense to me. I just approach it differently in the sense that if you want to date me, then you have to be open to seeing a therapist. That seems like way too intense. If this is a volatility run-up brewing on GME, the stock is behaving similarly to the Monday before the March run-up. Pure boring before starting to rip face. It does appear that way, Dunkston. I will say that the fact that Ivy has remained elevated today with little to no crush is kind of interesting. You collaborate with me. Yeah, but I've seen your YouTube channel. I'm not threatened. Shrimp tempura roll? Ooh. That sounds kind of good. Spicy tuna. You know the place you're eating at is pretentious when they call rice grains, but it's all rice. Like there's no other grain, it's just all rice. Do the frequent visits from BlackRock not count as collaborating? I mean, it's not really a collaboration, more as me just taking orders. Explain the pirate NFT marketplace like I'm a sauce that needs more seasoning. Well done. I hear you on the collab thing. Nothing worse than being linked to a crazy person. By the way, seeing how you and Houston Wade are best friends, can you explain why he still thinks 1 million a share GME? Wait, is he still on that train? No. Have you dated 3 women at once? It's terrible. I try not to. I've had like 2 girlfriends at the same time. That was awful. It's just too much work. I don't have time for that. I think he said he'd be willing to go down to 10, 100K. Who? When you did SPX straddles, how much theta did you buy? It depends. I was doing them different ways. But generally, like 5 to 7 days for just like a standard straddle. Just so you don't get burned too much by the overnight, and then, you know, that doesn't affect your profitability in the morning. I'm not needy, and I already have tons of confidence. I think I'm literally the best at everything. I don't need to date multiple women to get that or to try to assuage my insecurities. Best at blowing centaurs? I mean, if I was gonna suck centaur dick, I'd be top 10, at least. Ooh, they have something called the sexy jalapeno. Doesn't sound very sexy. Ugh. I'd pay good money to see you play sports. There's probably a video somewhere. I played sports when I was younger. And I cared. You didn't even spell assuage right. It's not ass-waged. I played football. I was in wrestling. That was about it. I did MMA for a while. I admire how you strive to be the best, whether it be trading options or filleting centaurs. If it's not worth being good at, it's not worth doing at all. Did you wear a tap out shirt? I've never owned a tap out shirt in my life. Who would win in a sparring match with Stefan? I would just throw a folder of secret trade ideas at him, and then he would lose. I would write secret trade ideas on it and put blank pieces of paper in it, and I would just throw it at him, and then he wouldn't be able to fight anymore. You set stops because you don't believe in your thesis? I set stops because the market is volatile and chaotic. If you're not good at it, it's not worth doing it all. You do realize the human population would be like 50 million at this point if that was the case. Just saying. I mean, I agree. And hopefully, if I'm elected, one day we can realize that dream. I don't know. Popcorn trader. I hope so. Fucking no packs. Where's the comment count? We need it before the end of the day. I can just imagine Stefan sitting in his room as a teenager, studying the pickup artist, trying to formulate new strategies to trap women in a consistent nag over a 3 trading day period. Making tiny bonsai trees of their face. Stefan studied the implication. Jimmy spiked a bit last Friday. Interesting, isn't it? Official October NOPEX question count 44, 45. Thank you so much for being on top of that, Mike Sell CCs. I don't know what I'd do without you, man. White pecs, here it comes. Oh boy. Just joined the stream. Weirdest convo I've ever heard. You haven't been here long then. Risk of IV crush like last time. Not a fan of this flatness. Of course. I don't care, Stefan. You go in delta neutral overnight? I don't know. I'm out of a couple 3800s. But I still have a lot of them. So, not delta neutral, but a little hedge. What now that the pimento has been exited? Well, I told you we had the choice between flat and up. It looks like up is on the table. If you haven't entered any calls yet, setting cash, but don't want to be risky, would you just wait for the rally to finish? Time the top to enter puts, or enter calls at this price? If so, what price strike and expiration would you enter? Thanks a lot. I'd give myself a little bit of theta. I'd probably be out of the money, so I'm not super exposed to the intrinsic value. You could buy puts at the top. I mean, selling naked calls is better, but risky. If you buy puts at the top, you need to buy a lot of theta on them. Otherwise, you're exposed to the decline in volatility. So, some things to think about, I guess. I mean, I can't tell you what to buy and when, but how many Jimmy weeklies do I need to make up for about 20K in rev losses? Thanks. Provided we run, I don't know, like 30 or 40 probably. You'd have to time them right and scalp it. Bear put calendar spreads at the top decent, or just bear call spreads? Bear put spreads are probably fine. As long, yeah, the calendar spread's nice too. That's a debit spread though. But it gives you better exposure to the downside than if you do a credit spread. Did someone say calendar spreads? I'm here. I am summoned. We were discussing some spread options. You know what I do when Jamie's hit like done running? I just sell a fuck ton of naked calls. Pretty far out of the money, but it's just free money, right? I thought Icon was supposed to buy and DRS the remaining float. Wah, wah. Maybe that was him buying today during the outing of the Chinese espionage agents. Only a fire by SPX can temper one's body to the adrenaline glory and pain of becoming a zero DTE degen. It's only for the most refined of options traders. Ding ding, the day is done. All right, well, I mean, I don't know what to say. Everything kind of dipped into open and recovered a little bit into close. I'd imagine that with the uptick in the market, that there was a lot of internalization towards the end of the day. We'll see how that plays out in the data later. I'll post something over on the Discord for you guys tonight. But I think that's about it. I mean, things still look really good. Everything's set up fine. Hopefully we see a little less fear in the Chinese markets tonight, although I don't think that's likely. That would be good for us. But yeah, fairly slow day. I don't think we saw a lot of deleveraging on SPX. I know it moved up quite a lot, but I don't think we saw as much as we could. I think there's still a lot of very short-term puts being bought because fear of the downside. Yeah, so that's about it. But everything's pretty stable. Ivy hasn't dipped too much, so not too scared yet of an OPEX. Remember, most of them do run on Tuesday or Wednesday. We only have like one instance really of a solid run on Monday, I think. It could be bullish. That could go both ways. Yeah, well, I'm gonna head out because I don't want to hear Stefan talk about his alpha status anymore. Thank you guys all so much, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning before market open. Have a good night, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
this yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show!
Not an advisor. Frigulon.